ahead, just call me Buzz. Hitting a shot in sync with the boys. I feel like Joel and be the process, yeah, I trust. Accolades got them swallowing the words, cause I know that they doubted us. Touch, 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 can't touch this. I know they throwing that dirt on my name. When I check on my tag, it be spotless. Look in the mirror and snap my fingers and point like you know you got this. Winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man. Who gon' stop this? No one. Give it all they got. I'm going to the top. I'm going in. Right on the way to the top. 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 I'm going in. Flip the letter I stick it. I came from the bottom to the top, but I'm not finished. I just needed me a minute. Standing attention, lieutenant. I gotta get up and get it. All I'm focused on is winning. He not gonna cheat code. We win until the clock gon' hit zero. I'm fighting my way back like I was Nemo. Do it, I am a dynamic duo. Win, 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 and win. That's right, my nickname is winning. Gotta walk in the building, gotta inspire the children. Wanna see my ambition, I'm not a regular civilian. Give it all they got. I'm going to the top. I'm going in. Right on the way to the top. 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 Did it, I did it, I did it. I'm going in, got me like woo. Gotta go up to the top, won't stop. I'm gonna be the man, yeah, I gotta cut a knot. Haters really on me, tryna take my spot. But we go up, yeah, we never gon' drop. Alright, yeah. 1, 2, 3, mic check, what's up? 2, 3 on my back, it's tough. Light years ahead, just call me Buzz. Hitting a shot in sync with the boys. I feel like Joel and be the process, yeah, I trust. Accolades got them swallowing the words, cause I know that they doubted us. Touch, 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 can't touch this. I know they throwing that dirt on my name. When I check on my tag, it be spotless. Look in the mirror and snap my fingers and point like you know you got this. Winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man. Who gon' stop this? No one. Give it all they got. I'm going to the top. I'm going in. Right on the way to the top. 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 I'm going in. Flip the letter I stick it. I came from the bottom to the top, but I'm not finished. I just needed me a minute. Still an attention, lieutenant. I gotta get up and get it. All I'm focused on is winning. He not got a cheat code. We win until the clock gon' hit zero. I'm fighting my way back like I was Nemo. Do it, I am a dynamic duo. Win, 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 and win. That's right, my nickname is winning. Gotta walk in the building, gotta inspire the children. Wanna see my ambition, I'm not a regular civilian. Give me all I got. I'm going to the top. Gotta go up to the top, won't stop. I'm gonna be the man, yeah, I gotta cut a knot. Haters really on me, tryna take my spot. But we go up, yeah, we never gon' drop. Alright, yeah. 1, 2, 3, mic check, what's up? 2, 3 on my back, it's tough. Light years ahead, just call me Buzz. Hitting a shot in sync with the buzz. I feel like Joel and be the process, yeah, I trust. Accolades got them swallowing the words, cause I know that they doubted us. Touch, can't touch this. I know they throwing that dirt on my name. When I check on my tag, it be spotless. Look in the mirror and snap my fingers and point like you know you got this. Winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man. Who gon' stop this? No one. Give it all I got. I'm going to the top. I'm moving in. Right on the way to the top. 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 I'm going in. I'm like I'm going to win. Flip the letter I stick it. I came from the bottom to the top, but I'm not finished. I just needed me a minute. Still an attention, lieutenant. I gotta get up and get it. All I'm focused on is winning. He not got a cheat code. We win until the clock gon' hit zero. I'm fighting my way back like I was Nemo. Do it, I am a dynamic duo. Win, 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 and win. That's right, my nickname is winning. Gotta walk in the building, gotta inspire the children. Wanna see my ambition, I'm not a regular civilian. Give me all I got. I'm going to the top. I'm moving in. Right on the way to the top. 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 Did it, I did it, I did it. I'm going in, got me like on grind. Gotta go up to the top, won't stop. I'm gonna be the man, yeah, I gotta cut a knot. Haters really on me, tryna take my spot. But we go up, yeah, we never gon' drop. Alright, yeah. 1, 2, 3, mic check, what's up? 2, 3 on my back is tug. Light years ahead, just call me Buzz. Hitting a shot in sync with the boys. I feel like Joel and be the process, yeah, I trust. Accolades got them swallowing the words, cause I know that they doubted us. Touch, can't touch this. I know they throwing that dirt on my name. When I check on my tag, it be spotless. Look in the mirror and snap my fingers and point like you know you got this. Winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man. Who gon' stop this? No one. Give it all I got. I'm going to the top.
Guys, welcome back to League of Legends and South Asia. It's me, Mandus, alongside Singla this time, a returning face on the caster desk. And we have a lot of games in store for you. This is week 2 of this event, and week 1 was pretty action-packed. And a lot of games went down, and a lot of returning faces will be here. But at the end of the day, leaderboards will be shown, and you can see who is currently winning up over here. Singla, any thoughts about, the competitors in this tournament?
I think this game has been so exciting. The week 1 itself was so exciting. I'm so excited to see what this game has for us today and what this week has for us today, right? So let's see how it goes.
Hopefully, we will get to see how it goes. Only one game so far went all 3. No, actually 2 games at the end of it went all 3 games. Yeah, so that is very interesting to see that we are getting a lot of fighting going on. Mind you guys, this is only week 2. We have a lot of action all the way till July, at least for the league stage as well. So you have a lot of action-packed League of Legends South Asia action coming up for you. Talking a bit more about the leaderboard. As you can see, the Kings on top. TOK, then Asterisk. Now, S8UL Esports, their name, the moniker that they go under. 2 wins. The only team with 2 wins and the complete 6 points for themselves as of yet. Second over there will be SUVO Hitters. Have only played 1 game, which they ended up winning, gathering 3 points. Cacao Gaming last weekend having 2 games, won 1, lost 1, but still retained 3 points. So is for Revenants. Phoenix Ascension having 1 series, but unfortunately did drop a game in that series to the side of Paw Patrol. That's why they only have 2 points out of the 3 that they could secure. And Paw Patrol, for securing that 1 game in that best of 3 series, end up with that 1 point. Unfortunately, the people at the bottom right now are going to be Jetfire's Dojo, Syndicate, Report, Precog Gaming, all with just 1 loss each and currently 0 points.
I think it is a very important game with Syndicate this time, as we can see on the board, and they have to get some points for them to survive in this round, because let's talk about the prize pool. Our prize pool is massive.
Our prize pool is massive. 10 lakh INR prize pool, one of the biggest you will ever see right now currently for the region, as well as that crucial spot at the LCP wildcard playoffs. The road basically into the international circuit, and that's what a lot of these teams vying. Along with that, the majority of that prize pool locked up for that first place, as well as most of it locked up in the playoff spots, the top 4 spots. So the other things that these teams will be vying forward moving on in this tournament, and every single game counts in the best of 3, because you want to have the clean 2-0, get those 3 points, and that helps you lock it up. A bit of a reminder of how we reached this point of the tournament. Before that, we had 3 separate qualifiers running from April 27th to June 8th. From that, 3 teams of each qualifier were selected. That's the 9 teams that you have currently. Right now, we are bang in the middle of the league stage. Week 2 has begun, and then July 25th will be when playoffs start and run all the way to August 3rd. And that playoffs is where the most money currently lies for most of these teams, and what they will be working towards in the future.
Right.
9-team round robin league stage for the 3, like I said, 3 teams from each qualifier, 3 into 3. That's your 9 teams in this round robin league stage that will be going on. Every point matters. Only the top 4 moving forward in a double elimination playoffs, and the most important fact is, we have fully embraced full fearless draft, and this is where it gets exciting with these kind of plays that will be done, because some people have shallow champion pools, some ones have deep, and the ones with deep will be coming out on top just basis on how draft works now.
I mean, that makes so much sense. I mean, I'm a very big fan of, fearless draft, especially. We get to see, not the same champions again and again, and makes the game so much more exciting. It also encourages player to increase their champ pool. They cannot, sit back on the same scaling champion and just keep playing the same players again and again, right?
Mm-hmm.
So,
Then talking a bit more about match schedule, you can see that these are the matches that have gone by. We are on June 20th, so these matches did bring. That's why it resulted in the leaderboard right now for them. But you have a lot of exciting matches coming up, especially one of them going to be today of S8UL Esports versus PNX Ascension. Essentially, the top one team in qualifier 1 and the third team in qualifier 1 as well just be battling out, and it's always a bit more exciting because PNX Ascension mostly a Sri Lankan team against S8UL Esports mostly an Indian team. So you can see a lot of action coming up for you. Big names going to be here, new faces also going to be here. And Singla, what do you think about the new faces coming up throughout this tournament?
I think that's the whole reason that we have given this platform. I'm so excited to see so many new players, right? Taking participate in this tournament. So many good talent that we have spotted out, and it's so well to see the community grow, right? In a long way. So many new champions showing their skills and making the game more and more exciting day by day.
Definitely, and this is your today's schedule. First BO3 that we will be casting will be between SUVO haters and Syndicate. As you can see, Syndicate, unfortunately, 0 points right now. It's going to be a tough battle just to come up from where the SUVO haters is currently second in the leaderboard, that one complete 2-0 win that they had in their series. And I think the mammoth would be that match 2, S8UL Esports versus PNX Ascension. But just talking about SUVO hitters and Syndicate and SUVO hitters getting through respectively in qualifier 2 and qualifier 3. So they have been in the qualifiers quite a bit compared to other teams right now, and they've been battling it out. I think Syndicate also had a couple of roster swaps and changes for themselves. But without any further ado, guys, we're going to head straight into the draft over here.
I mean, it's a very exciting game. I think only the week 1 is done as of now, right? And Syndicate has what it takes. Let's see. I'm hoping for the West. I'm vouching for them today, and I'm very sure they're going to give a very tough game and not an easy win to SUVO haters. So, what are your thoughts on the Stars Madness? Who do you think that is going to be the first priority pick on the blue side? Any thoughts on that?
Blue side, one above all, I think maybe the Kaiser lock up for him, because pretty much that's a good champion that he plays. He did, last time we saw this man have a 2-game MVP streak. Even his SUVO was nothing to scoff at. But they don't want Harambe Avenger to have it, because Harambe Avenger likes to play the SUVO, likes to play the Lucian in champions like this. I think the Pantheon ban, it has, is after research, because RD loves to play. I think RD nowadays playing a lot of Jax jungle as well, so that'll be interesting to see. The smaller ban against one above all completely makes sense given his performance. His team lets him reach a point where he is strong enough to do anything, and that's what I was talking about. That Lucian ban comes in against Harambe Avenger. So they're targeting quite a bit onto Deadice, because Deadice plays a phenomenal Jarvan for, as well as Harambe Avenger with these bans for the bot lane.
Yeah, but I think the Shinza for Deadice is still open, and he's going to look to lock in the first 2 picks. Let's see how that goes, and what is that plan that SUVO haters have in their mind, and what is that they're going to counter it with. Nocturne being the first pick, Nocturne, and that has been locked. I think Nocturne is a beautiful pick, yeah, especially in this elo with the global art that they have. It makes the whole map dark, creating a chaos among the team. I think it is a good pick that they have decided to first pick. Let's see what is the answer they have. Are they going to pick their Shinzao here, or it is a Wukong?
Wukong locked up for Deadice right now. Interestingly, also on the Nocturne, RD likes to bring the Yuntiles first instead of the Stridebreaker, so that changes a bit of how his build pattern goes. And I've seen him a couple of times. His crits do land quite well, and they're useful at least early parts, but he doesn't completely go any more crit after that, so maybe a bit useless considering in the long term of the item, but otherwise pretty fine for how he plays. He just likes to play his unique build. But it's going to be the Ashe getting locked in for Harambe Avenger in the bot side. A lot of good supports you can pair up with this. Only problem with an Ashe, it's against a Nocturne. You're playing one of the most immobile ADCs against a Nocturne, and that does question a bit of how they want to think more in draft. Maybe they will have a lot of peel for this Ashe.
No, I think what Syndicate is planning is to pick a Braum, but has been counter-picked and denied by SUVO haters, because we have always seen Abdul Rising is very comfortable when it comes to Braum pick, and it's a great feeler. It goes really well with Ashe. But I think after the counter pick that has been done, I think SUVO haters saw that coming and denied Braum pick. So let's see what they're gonna pick here that can pair it up with Braum, because Lucian is already banned, Ashe is picked, and he gets the Kai'Sa that you said will be taken away, right? The only, I think, the option that is available with Abdo now is Milio, because Milio can deny Itachi, can deny Nocturne, can give the peel. At the same time, the W gives a lot of range to Ashe so that she can create a map dominance, and she does it. And there we see the Milio being picked.
Yeah, gets locked in. We're going to head into second phase of bang. I really like the Kai'Sa pick up over here with the Braum, essentially, because Kai'Sa, Braum, and Nocturne, Kai'Sa just go so deep. They don't want to see Itachi on the Talia, because this man has had multiple MVP performances with the champion. Not that strong in lane for himself, but so useful during later team fights and the way he isolates fights for his team. So I think that's a good ban coming against Hoover. It is one of the few mid laners essentially in our region right now playing Talia, because we have a very between numbers of few there. But there goes the Sylas ban against Kagura. Kagura loves playing the Sylas, loves playing the Diana mid, and these are the kind of picks that you have to watch out for, because Kagura is one of the players who really wants to get that first blood in a solo kill for himself in lane, and he's one of the people that either Avoid or Itachi have to watch out for, because these guys also like to switch up their roles depending on how their draft goes.
Fair enough. I mean, on the Talia ban, I think they already have Nocturne and Kai'Sa flying around the game, so they don't want a Galio or a Talia also flying around, being all over the map. So I think keeping that in mind, they said they already have enough people flying in on the ADC. I can't, no one can peel ADC more than enough, so just ban the Talia, they just ban the Galio away, trying to keep that ADC alive.
And now it's up to probably Zuko to lock in his blind pick. You can do your blind mid, blind top. Let's see what Syndicate wants to use. So Zuko has a pretty good champion pool, has a pretty good range. His set is open as well. picks coming out, some of their own champions coming in, and I think we're gonna have a pretty heated fight, because I think the last time SUVO haters made it through, it was in qualifiers too. They made it through in that, but it took Syndicate all the way till qualifier 3 to make it through after making some roster changes between qualifier 2 and qualifier 3. So let's hope to see that these changes do come into effect, because unfortunately Syndicate are 0 points right now out of the 3 that they could. And now you can see the draft in front of you. Any first, glance looks at this thing, what do you think?
I mean, to be honest, personally, I still feel the SUVO haters draft is a bit better. They have everything, they have a bit of damage, a bit of control, and a lot of map control, right? With Nocturne, Ari, Kaisa, they're going to be all over the place. But at the same time, when it comes to Syndicate's draft, they have a bit of disengage which is needed. Wukong can be a great engage disengage. They have that peel with Set, Wukong, Lissandra, Milio. Everyone has to peel well for Ashe. But the only fear that I have with this draft is on the damage. I think a lot will depend on Zuko also here. Zuko has to win that on top lane so that there's not a lot of pressure just on Ashe to take out damage. If they are able to get that dominance at the top, right? It's a game. It's a good game. They look heavy. So I think there are a lot of ifs and buts. Both the draft, both the teams have thought their draft, made a strong draft. Let's see who can implement it better.
Yeah, and mostly this is Zuko counter picking avoids Yone that's going top. I'm pretty sure Itachi is going to be playing the mid Ari for himself against Kagura, but Itachi more seen as a defensive mid laner from what I've seen his performance are. Like, he takes it very slow in terms of laning wise, while Kagura is the complete opposite, Buzzlight, because he always wants to go in for those fights. As you said, the damage slightly lacking on Syndicate right now, unless Zuko comes in clutch in those fights in the way that he goes over there. But yeah, even I'm slightly favoring the side of SUVO haters with the draft, because they have a pretty easy draft to execute in terms of how they want to lock up. On the side of Syndicate, they're looking for like a one-man inclusion with the Ashe Arrow, the Lissandra ultimate coming up on top. The Wukong provides some reprise for the rest of his teammates. Milio has to come in clutch with the Mikhails, with his ultimates, with the extended range for Ashe. But yes, a lot riding on the shoulders of the Ashe and the Set, and let's hopefully see what Zuko does in one of his favorite picks, because this is something that he loves playing, and usually when teams play against him, they end up banning this out against him.
No, makes a lot of sense. But I think when it comes to Ari does not have to play that aggressive in the lane. He doesn't have to win the lane. I think the whole plan that will be for SUVO haters is put a lot of pressure in the entire game, in the entire map. Their map presence will be really high. Ari is just gonna push the lanes. He's gonna look with Nocturne to dive top, to dive bottom. They have given very less scope for Syndicate to make mistakes, because they are gonna be everywhere to punish them. So I think in this game, the wards have to be in place. They have to monitor every moment. A lot of communication has to come in when Ari is missing to track the jungler. But it will that's the beauty of playing in the same team. So today Syndicate have to prove that they are a better team. They have to show that coordination, and they got this game. Because I think, man, as you've already highlighted, it's a very important game for Syndicate to stay in the competition, to get some points for their team. And obviously, SUVO haters will try to get on the top of the table. They will try to steal as many points as they can, and want to stay on the top, maintain their lead in the tournament. So let's see who does the best.
Yeah, and I think each game has huge priority just given how the point system is distributed in these leaderboards, right? Even if you end up winning the series and it's 2-1, you only lock in 2 points for yourself. So you have to try and go for clean sweeps basically to lock in the most points. And that's exactly what Syndicate or even SUVO haters will be looking, because SUVO haters right now have the chance and opportunity to become the second team pretty much to get 6 out of the 6 potential first points in 2 games, because they are truly behind the side of S8UL, where they S8UL locked in 6 points. SUVO are currently second on the table, and they have the chance to keep that lead, given that they're a bit of the underdogs coming into the tournament, given the rest of the rosters that you can see such a good performance coming out of them. And Syndicate, unfortunately, a bit lacking, because last time they came up against the matchup was Revenants, and Revenants, unfortunately, whitewashed them quite a bit in these games, and it wasn't looking good for their side. And that's the second rematch basically between these guys, because they faced against each other in qualifier 2. Qualifier 2, Revenants are the ones that knocked out Syndicate, so that was a bit of a revenge matchup that didn't work out. So hopefully with more planning right now, and they have a complete 7-man roster, 7 out of the 7 that you can have. So hopefully behind the scenes, the research is being done, and hopefully they understand the play styles of SUVO haters, because SUVO haters, long time friends with each other, they are much more comfortable playing around as well. While as Syndicate just recently have become a roster, especially with Zuko coming in instead of playing on the side of Revenants.
Right, I think Old Gods. The last team that
Mm-hmm.
Zuko was playing was with Old Gods, and Old Gods did some magic. They were able to be the top 4 team for a very long time. They were doing very amazingly well, but I think now the teams have been aparted. W went to Kakao, and certain member went to Revenants and others, but all the players are shining in different teams that they're playing. And underdogs are everyone's favorite. So today I'm very excited
Mm-hmm.
to see Kakao, right? And it's so beautiful to see friends coming together, playing on the Rift, winning, right? And being especially in top 2, playing against the most experienced, most talented teams, and able to get the spot on the top 2. I think that is one thing that bring all of us together and play this game, yeah. And if we can win
Mm-hmm.
that, that's amazing.
With that being said, guys, we're going to head straight into this best of 3 series. Mind you guys, we are in week 2, day 1, first series of the day between SUVO haters and Syndicate. SUVO haters on the blue side, Syndicate on the right, and already you can see pretty much standard deviations across the map. They are spreading out quite a bit. Talking in terms of runes, nothing essentially special, pretty standard
30
across right
seconds
now.
until minions spawn.
Yeah, I think both the team just followed the standard, went for the 5 point defensive start. No one looking for that aggressive pick. They want to do it right, want to play it slow, no looking to make any aggressive plays or mistakes at the same time.
Yeah, and right now, according to the percentage in the poll in the YouTube chat, Syndicate at 66% favorites against 33% of Shoe Raiders. So the people have spoken about what they expect from this match. We were talking about Shoe Raiders being a bit of the underdogs, and now let's see what they can do with how they play. The Crown versus Navoid matchup is going to be especially interesting for me, seeing this set against the Yone top. Let's see how well Navoid plays it. It's pretty much his second favorite champion after the Yasuo, so should be happy about it. But look at this, Deadeyes and Zuko are doing a very, very late invade over here, spotted out by the side of Navoid, and now that allows the side of RD to know what kind of play is being conducted. You can see that this has been pinged, this has been noticed. Probably RD goes for a late invade of his own. You can see him trying to pick up the chickens and essentially walk all the way to the blue button. That's what he is doing now. He's going to trade buffs in terms of that, but tempo a bit behind right now. Harambe and one above all trading quite fiercely in the bot side. Crown and Navoid also trading for themselves, but all in all, pretty slow start to the game.
No, I mean the action we are already able to see at level 1 shows how competitive and serious these players are today, right? And we seeing some vertical jungling already coming in where Wukong is starting, and the other side and Nocturne is also in the deep into the enemy jungle already answering. I think that was smart by Yone spotting even after a lot,
Mm-hmm.
late invade. He saw the set moving. He gave that information to his jungler because of which he could answer it rightly. So I think well played by Yone, giving the right information to the jungler so that he can stay relevant in the game.
Yeah, and that allows RD not to, fall a bit behind, but avoid a level down against Crown in the top side. CS on pretty equal numbers. Bot side, one above all and Lean have pushed in the lane, while Kagura in the meantime in the mid lane pushing in onto Itachi. Nice trades. The W not connecting from the set, so slightly losing out in terms of HP trading there. But other than that, pretty standard. Nocturne has cleared the entire jungle bot side of the Wukong, now comes back to pick up his own. So in terms of camps, they're going to be on equal numbers and pretty much will be picking their respective scatter. One on the bot side for the Nocturne, one on the top side for the Wukong right now.
Right, I think it's gonna be a bit slow game. Both teams are gonna wait to get their ult. so they can start picking on each other. And I think we're gonna see a lot more fights toward the objective in this game, or at least something that I'm hoping for. Right? And in the top
Mhm.
right now, Set having a counter pick that is a bit stronger than Yone early game, but Yone is still able to score and gets the flash out and is
Ooh.
able to secure first blood. That was so well played by Yone. He waited for Set's W to go down, waited for
Mhm.
it, flashed, used the tornado, and was able to secure the first kill.
Yeah, well played from Novoy. Letting set bar go down. W not going to be there. Instantly flashes in, picks up the kill, and that's 1-0 for the side of SUVO Haters. 1-0 for the side of the Void after that solo bowler for himself. The Wukong was close by in case anything happened, but unfortunately a bit too late. The party nothing. And even in this replay, you can see. Look at the trade that's go down against Crown against Novoid. He's going to snap back over here, and now still flash available. Zuko, I don't understand why he's walking that much closer without expecting this play coming out onto him, because you are a flashless set and that is a Yone still holding his flash, and you have to anticipate something or the other of this. But Ari gets solo bowler herself in the mid lane, but it's not a solo bowler essentially. Deadeyes had come to help over there. He's moving forward onto Navoid here, but he couldn't do anything. So why are we showing that free play? It looks like the Lissandra, with the help of the Wukong, picks up a kill onto the Ari, who's now picked up a blasting one on her way back, and another potion because she had used both the potions over there. So interesting. Well, the Lissandra comes back with refillable. Bot side, both ADCs picked up a culling as well for themselves. So a cull for themselves, and have walked back in late. They just want to power farm right now, get more gold and XP, and try to get some HP back from the pokes that they are giving respectively.
Yeah, I think that's an announcement from board that hey, we're gonna farm, we're gonna scale, we're gonna fight late. You guys can focus on whatever you guys are planning. But I think here Yuna is doing a tremendous job. Even after all the pressure that Wukong has invested on the top side, you're already seeing two early ganks, right? A lot of time invested on the top,
Mm-hmm.
because of which he's about 8 CS behind the Nocturne already, right? But not able to secure much on the top lane, and Yone is still with the lead. So I think Set was when the kill happened was waiting to just press the W, use the shield, tank the damage, and kill with Wukong's help. But I think it played out of the mind, did not come out on the keyboard, and Yone was able to take the advantage of that.
Definitely. You see RD clearing the pink ward in the mid lane. And I, for one, am very disappointed in the Nocturne, because I know RD usually goes Utils. Now he's getting serious, but when he told him to get serious before, he's still making Utils, but now he's building Stridebreaker. So a bit disappointed in RD, personally, from my side, that he has chickened out a bit when it's come to put the test to the metal. So hopefully we'll see. But he is a very aggressive jungle. He is a person who likes to go. But as that he's on the Nocturne, he has to power farm till that level 6 to, provide some useful parts in these fights. But until now, 1-1 in terms of kill between both teams. Syndicate around 300 gold up as well. But no jungle objectives have been taken. But look at this. Nocturne and Wukong close by in the jungle. Deadeyes will be leaving after that. And now Blue Buff hopefully picked up by the Nocturne after all his troubles, but no, just biding his time. Bot side, still not much. Harambe now looking to go a bit aggressive. The W connects onto both the Braum and onto Lean, but unfortunately, nothing else coming out. They're just going to harass him a bit, especially with the range that the Ashe has onto the Kai'Sa, especially with Milio W. So that's something you have to look to put a pressure for yourself and get prior, because Drake is still up.
Right, I think both the junglers who spot on the top, they see that the priority for the junglers right now is grubs. With that information, and Milio W has just run down trying to create that pressure, trying to deny those CS for Kai'Sa. But I think both the ADCs are even in CS doing a fine job by themselves, right? And I think the junglers have split the objectives. Nocturne is gonna Set is looking to ward Grubbies, where Nocturne will be looking to secure Grubbies, and the blue and Wukong is gonna just secure the dragon here, trading dragon for
Yeah,
grubby.
Yeah, they see RD is on the top side right now, especially the charm Q missing from Itachi, unfortunately. It even popped his ultimate to get away. But yeah, Drake now started up by Syndicate, Grubs being started up by SUVO. There's going to be pretty much an even Steven trade in terms of jungle objectives wise. Wukong side did start it a bit earlier, so a bit early in terms of tempo. He's probably looking to steal the red buff. Afterwards, you can look to see him probably going to be jumping over this side into the side of SUVO Hater's jungle. But let's see if he plays slow or not. Drake picked up the first Drake of the game, an Ocean Drake for the side of Syndicate. Well, all three grubs secured by SUVO Haters.
Yeah, then the objectives were peacefully traded with Ash having priority in the bottom and Yone being the aggressive one in the top. Right? They traded. I think that was a smart call by both the junglers. They took what they can, right, and traded and made the most out of the opportunities that they have. Well played by both.
Definitely well
But
played
I
by
think
both.
the Yone.
But in terms of CS, just look at Lissandra, 20 CS up on to the RE top side. Yone, after getting that first kill, slightly ahead in terms of season numbers, but the real talking point is between the Nocturne and the Wukong. Given tempos that were set with the early invade from Deadeye's wasting twice topside ganks, still quite behind in terms of camps compared to Nocturne. He hasn't even backed it. He's been sitting on the Tiamat for quite some time.
I think Nocturne is just power farming, trying to take as many CS as he can, trying to get that level advantage and CS advantage over Wukong, and he'll be so much relevant in the late game. As you can already see, he's one level above Wukong. Wukong is 6, whereas Nocturne is 7, and because of the lead that Yone also has in set, he has certain amount of XP lead also on set. Even though after the goal lead and XP lead, I think set is creating dominance in top, is able to create that pressure on Yone, not letting him leave the lane and punishing him enough. So I think there are hopes
Yeah.
for Zuko. Zuko can always come back.
Absolutely, and now looks like Crown wants to pull Navoy, but doesn't have his ultimate to push him even further back. Kagura had made the roam to top side, doesn't mind that given how far ahead he is compared to Itachi on that RE right now. You can see Wukong Nocturne still on the top sides of the map. Terms of jungle objectives, next Drake's up in 3 minutes time, so that should be in the minds and timers of the Nocturne of the Wukong. But here comes the Nocturne ultimate from the side. The W pop by the Zed. The charm does land, but Set instantly nullified in this fight. Deadeye's is spinning around, but Kagura is a bit too late to the fight, and Yone ultimate nicely lands onto Kagura. The W no longer in her arsenal. She did have Flash to get away, but even Flash I don't think would have saved her life. So excellent 3-for-0 going in favor of the side of SUVO Haters here.
I think Zuko went too deep in that even when he knew the whole team is there. There was just everyone was spotted in the map, and I'm not very sure what is the strategy of Syndicate. Is there a mental loss or what was the strategy? Because right now we have an Ash who is dominating. Ash has a perfect arrow to give opportunity to the team that they can follow and look for the kill. But there is so much resources that are invested towards the top side right now, even though top is struggling and playing behind. So I think the team is trying to put Zuko back into the game, try to give him that priority because they have faith. They know that Zuko can carry, and I think the strategy is to get him fed. But I think they got to rethink. I think they got to invest a little bit time on Ash because we have seen Ash carry so many games for them. I think they have to stop planning to play it bottom side where Ash can just press R, pick one person, and they can just lead the person, trying to get back into the lane, get back that lead that they have given away to SUVO Haters.
And look at one of Evolve's skull stacks, much lower than the part of the Ash, so he's going to hit that gold bonus much earlier for himself. But talking about itemization between both bot laners, pretty much both going for the Yuntas, already coming up with the item clearization. Both have a tier 1 boots, one from the runes of the magical footwear for the Kaiser. But topside, like you're saying, we were thinking so much that Zuko has to win his lane to be putting in the pressure and the damage that Syndicate needs later on. But unfortunately, Navoid, after that first kill for himself, does well in lane. Zuko overextends in that last fight, ends up going down as well, causing 2 more of his members to go down because Kagura goes very late. The W just about saving the Lissandra's life over here. Itachi being quite a bit aggressive, always close to finishing his Malignance that has already been completed by the Lissandra plus the Dark Seal. Avoid trading a bit with Crown before the snapback. Crown coming off, worse for that. Itachi picks up another plate in the mid lane, and right now looks like SUVO haters have completely have the momentum, even in terms of gold 1.4k ahead, so they're not going to mind that whatsoever. Nocturne now at a state where he is strong, where he can find a lot of people. Stridebreaker still not complete, now just gets picked up from the base, but Wukong Trinity Force not completed. Drake has spawned, and now a lot of eyes around this Drake. You can see one above all just clearing away some with the vision help of Lean. Just walks around, and you can see RD is going to have a bit faster tempo towards the Drake side, while Wukong's still going top over here.
Yeah, I think with all the lead that Suvators already have, and it's an infernal Drake, no one is just gonna give it up that easy, right? Because the first Drake was already secured by Syndicate, right? So I think this time the trade-off of the plan is gonna be where Suva haters take the dragon, and Wukong is just gonna look to get those three grubs, again sharing the resources or the objectives around the map. But no, Wukong is walking towards what they're gonna look to fight for the dragon.
They are looking to fight for it right now, but nothing in terms of commitment from either sides. You can see Navoy just walking back to lane. He has TP, while unfortunately Suko doesn't have in this fight. So Navoy going to be happily going to be farming against Set, can come in at a moment's notice for these team fights over here. Mid side, lot of pings about vision coming in from the side of SUVO haters in that bush where the Lissandra was currently sitting. Look at this, a slight invade coming out by the Monkey King. Deadeye is walking into the jungle of SUVO haters right now, and respect being paid by RD, doesn't walk too much over there. Drake now being started up by Syndicate, but that's what I was talking about, the TP. TP still in the hands of the Void. He can TP into this fight anytime that he wants. Members of SUVO haters are walking up to Syndicate. Drake going to around 4k HP, falling behind the mark, going down to the 3k HP. The TP comes in from the Yone. Unfortunately, Suko doesn't have TP. Nocturne going in on the back lines, but unfortunately cannot get his target. Has to flash away, but Deadeye catches him out on the way back, and that's who we want. Now Void going ham on the back line. Everybody has to fall back. The Ashe ends up going down, and this pretty much means Drake for SUVO haters. Both junglers are dead right now, but Syndicate just not in a state where they can challenge this Drake with 4 members heavy. At least now Zuko can get some even farm and plates in the top side. But just look at the replay over here, how this fight begins. Lead comes in, the TP being channeled as well. RD is going to go straight onto Lissandra on the backlines. Unfortunately, not the kind of target that you want. He ends up going down with Enchanted Arrow into his face, but Navoid, the hero and savior of SUVO haters, at least for game 1 up until this point, jumps in, instant 3-man R on the backside, ends up picking the Ashe for his shovels, and Navoid having a masterclass of a game, might even pick up the kill onto Kagura, and that's exactly what he does.
Yone has become a bit of a monster and a big problem for Syndicate already. I think the amount of damage, that one TP that you were talking about, kind of changed the game, kind of changed the whole fight, right? For Syndicate, that Yone was just a monster who went on the back lane. He was able to create so much pressure, and see, he just kills the Lissandra in her tower like it meant nothing. Right now, Yone, after finishing that first item, after finishing that Blade of Ruin King, is doing so much damage.
And unfortunately, Zuko not having the best of time, ends up seeing the Grayskin for the 3rd time. This after Itachi is diving him underneath his turret. Lissandra Kagura doesn't have any stacks in his Dark Seal whatsoever. A bit of a predominantly insignificant buy at this point. Herald gets picked up by Shores. Now you can see in this replay over here, Itachi goes on to Crown, lets the W timer go pretty low, so the bar go low, so he doesn't take too much damage. Flash forward by Crown into the ultimate, just a bit too late. The Q falling back from the Aries, enough to pick up the kill, enough for Itachi to pick up the turret for himself. That's going to be the first turret of the game getting secured. Feats of strength secured for the side of SUVO haters.
The game is just looking, which is getting slipped out of Syndicate and more in SUVO haters' hand. I think at this point, Syndicate has to really believe in themselves, play calmly, not take those fights, not take those pokes. They are getting dove under tower already, which is not a healthy sign. Ahri is at a massive lead. Yone is at a massive lead. And I don't know what to say anymore. I don't know what is that Syndicate is going to do to come back in this game.
Yeah, it is looking like a bit of SUVO haters game to throw, especially now the Kaiser has the Untals plus execution calling for all the melee heals that will be coming up. Finally, you have Zuko completes his stride breaker, but Void with his Blade of the Routine, with the moves that he's pulling off on the raid, are leaving us completely in awe of this player right now. Dash away from Itachi, already burns his ultimate. Here comes the Nocturne ultimate on to the Wukong, instantly melted in the fight. The W comes out from Zuko, but just not enough damage. He tries to put the Kaiser away. Harambe Adventures trying to run for his life. He ends up falling to this fight. Abdo has to run for the hills. If the charm lands, it might be over. The W from Buzz Lightyear saves himself from the void. But yet again, another 3 for nothing for SUVO haters. And Syndicate, a beat too deep in a jungle that is not theirs, in an area that they cannot secure, and they are being made to pay for their mistakes.
Why were they running behind an Ari? I don't understand. If you see the whole team so deep, running behind an Ari which has her ult up and they get punished for it. They didn't even have the damage with all the behind they have, and the whole team just Avengers assemble and is able to pick all the 3 different members of Syndicate. I think at this moment Syndicate is looking desperate, is desperately looking for this pick, and is making more mistakes time by time. They have to play this game more patiently.
I think that desperation, like you said, is causing most of these silly error mistakes type that are coming out for them side. The Horizon Focus now completed by the Eye. The Shield Bow completed for the Yone. So the side of SUVO just keep on getting stronger. Already 6k in the lead in terms of gold against Syndicate. Atakan at the 20-minute mark has spawned on the top side of the map and looking a bit dire. Unfortunately, nobody is protecting Ashe in these fights. She's not being allowed to farm whatsoever. One of our dragons the E to get out of this messy fight quite suddenly. He's going to be picking up the Navori Flicker Blade before the IE, so he wants to go for more attack speed damage before the actual damage build up from him. While you can see the Ashe building towards the Infinity Edge has only the pickaxe, so that's how far behind Ashe is in terms of gold wise, in terms of how much she's being allowed to scale herself. So Syndicate in a very tough spot, gonna require some miracle plays or miracle moves coming in for them to pick up, some pace in this game. But Navoid basically can't be touched by Lissandra, ends up taking down the tier 1 bot side turret, and Lissandra just a spectator to seeing her turret's demise.
I mean, Yunus is very, very ahead. He already has a 600 gold bounty on his head, has that 4 kills, have finishes 2 items, can heal up all the damage done by Lissandra 2 CS, just creating that pressure around the map with his TP. I think he's doing his job and he's doing it right. Right? And Harambe didn't get to play so much of this game. This game was more around top. The team has just played even after, Zuko being behind. They've invested so much to play around top, and Ashe didn't get to show its magic. Harambe didn't get to play so much, even though Ashe being a more aggressive or a strong player early to mid game, did not get that attention from Lissandra, did not get that attention from Wukong to make her more relevant in this game. And we have seen Harambe, taking Syndicate to win in the past. But I think right now the team had a different game plan that maybe didn't work out for the game 1.
And yeah, definitely didn't, because we saw Wukong spend so much time top side, and it did not manifest into anything. We have a nice electrocution proc on to Lissandra. Kagura uses the W get out, but it's Ari who ends up coming worse for their trade. Ari's burnt a lot of her own util, but here comes the Drake now being started. This is the 3rd Drake for the side of Syndicate. They are now backing a bit away. They're going to let the Drake reset essentially, and now Navoid's here. They have to be very careful of this pretty fatty Yone. They're going to be backing up quite a bit. Lissandra is right now not in the picture, is TPing in to get close. They're trying to come down. Drake going below 4k HP. There comes the bomb. 3-man knocked on the back lines. Yone with a massive 3-man ult of himself. The damage not coming from SUVO haters. They have to back away. They're focusing the Drake instead. Ashe now coming online. Drake stolen by Dead Eyes. This is an objective bounty, mind you, and the rest of SUVO is blinking HP bars on. 3 of the members have to back away. This is where Syndicate start to mount a bit of their own comeback. In the terms of how they are fighting around, I did love it. Essentially, when Syndicate landed, SUVO just landed so much onto them, it just was enough. They couldn't catch out onto Harambe, and Harambe, from safe distance afterwards, chased them back towards the Drake. In comes Dead Eyes, he takes away the Drake, and now it looks like Syndicate a bit up, at least in terms of objective, because now they're on Soul Point essentially for Cloud Soul.
I'm not really sure what happened in that fight. I mean, with all the lead that, SUVO Haters had there, I think Syndicate did a wonderful job. They were able to secure the Dragon. At the same time, they did so much more damage than SUVO Haters, even after being so behind. I actually, I don't mind. I mean, I hope we get a replay of the fight because I want to see what happened there. How did Yone miss their ult? Did Ari not able to pick, anyone with their E? But I'm a bit confused. What just happened there? How was there no blood lost?
Truly something that we are going to be wondering, especially I think Yone even hit a 3-man ultimate. Braum hit a 3-man ultimate, so it looked like it was locked up. Maybe it's just not channeled at the same time essentially from themselves, because it would be divided between the Braum ult coming out and the Yone ult coming into fruition, but they couldn't catch the Ashe, which is the main point. Now, one above all, a lot of damage onto Abdo. Abdo has to get some reprise, pushes back the guys, Navoid going in onto Crown. Zuko having a very, very rough game, especially for a man of his caliber. You don't essentially see this much of a dip in the top side. Navoid, excellently well played from, especially as well as Ari. Navoid being 4-0-2, Itachi being 5-1-4, and they're the main basis of damage. Kaiser finished the Navoid's flicker play. Atakan getting started on the top side. Zuko has TP if he needs to come. Navoid has TP if he needs to come. The members of Syndicate are very far behind right now. Now you can see Deadeye is trying to make a move forward, but Lean is there as the man of the hour. TP coming in from Navoid onto the backlines. They really want to jump in as soon as this TP comes in. There goes it on the back side. Here comes RD, but RD, you're already so low in HP. I don't think you want this fight. Navoid gets out with his own ultimate, but now one by one the members of SUVO Haters are falling. A bit of a mistime, bit of a misplay. I think you just get Atakan and get out, and they don't. It ends up being a 3-for-1 in favor of Syndicate. You do end up picking up the Atakan. I think you end up just giving away the life of Navoid. Navoid can even get out with his ultimate if he needs to, especially in this situation. Already doesn't have to go so deep, and now this ends up Syndicate picking up a Baron for all their troubles.
I think Syndicate just announced that they are not out of the game, right? Game doesn't end till it ends. I think that's 2 back-to-back objective fight that Syndicate has won, right? I think Syndicate has announced that it does not matter how much lead they have, how much they have lost. They have the Dragons, they got the Baron, and they're still in the game. They're just 1 dragon away from their soul point. They were able to secure their first Baron and is somehow still winning the team fights. So I think it's a fantastic job that is done by Syndicate. And this also means the bounty that is on Yone or Ari's head, if Syndicate is able to secure even one of them, the gold lead will basically close in very soon. So I think the game is not done yet. There's a lot to the picture which is left, and I'm very excited. The first game of the day is so exciting that now I don't know what is gonna happen, who's gonna win, and I'm very excited what the rest of the day has for us.
Nice shot, nice Q connected by Itachi. Instantly Milio blown up on the spot. Bloodlight is coming for the flank. Dead Eyes goes in, but Ashe ends up beating the gray screen as well. Here comes a knock and remembering all the way on to Dead Eyes in the back line. One by one they are winning their fights, and as soon as we're singing praises of Syndicate trying to make their way into the game, it's a 4-for-0 in favor of SUVO Haters. Only Zuko left alive to just watch his team die one by one. That was a very nice pick coming from Itachi with the charm landing on to the Milio, and from there they just accelerate in the fight. Nice dodge from Crown on to the charm, and he's gonna at least prevent tier 3 from going down for their side. Well, you can see Navoid on the bot side is working up with the lane, trying to get tier 2 for him. Zuko's now going to be making his way over there, but just as we thought Syndicate have a chance back into the game, they right away throw away the kind of lead they had built up.
They cannot make mistakes like that. I mean, and Itachi has been playing this game so beautifully. I remember you telling me he's not an aggressive player, but I think he has been the most aggressive player in this game, trying to lead his team from the front, has secured 9 kills, been able to pick them around the map again and again, and doing the right job, of Ari that is expected out of him. I think Itachi has done a fabulous job, especially into this game.
Mhm. And he's so strong right now. Malignance, Horizon Focus, Shadow Flame, Tier 3 Sorcery Boots as well. Another needlessly large art in his inventory. Drake now being started by SUVO, by Syndicate. This is their soul if they manage to pick this up. But here comes the members of Shuverters. They're going on the back. Finally, already goes in. He's so already low in that HP fight, but Void cleaning up pretty nicely with the ultimate that he cast for himself. Abdo has to flash out of the fight. Kakura has to flash out of the fight, and one by one members are falling from Syndicates. It's pretty much a clean ace. Only Abdo left standing. Drake secured by Shuverters. They've delayed the soul for Syndicate and now are merely on their way. They can get so much in terms of objectives, in terms of towers right now, given the death timers in the hands of Syndicate.
I mean, there was some heated conversation that has happened among the team after them getting picked one by one. Because in this last fight, we were not able to see that team synergy that they were able to pull. That team synergy that brought them in the game. That team synergy that they announced that we are still in this game and not gonna, lose that easily. But that last fight, they were all over. There was no feel. They were separated and they were picked one by one. And this was the night.
Yes, definitely.
Right?
Oh, wait. TP coming in from the side of Syndicate. Enchanted Arrow does land, but instantly gets neutralized over there. Here comes Crown. He wants to catch on to RD, but he's already at half HP. The W comes out from him. In the meantime, Navoid going on the backline, going on to Abdo, ends up picking the kill for himself. Crown is following suit, leans left to his own devices. Navoid, I don't think we want to go back in over there, buddy. One above all is pretty much a lamb for the slaughter, and very rightfully slaughtered. So, Suko picking up his first 3 kills of the game in the form of a triple kill. The TP works out for the side of Syndicates. It's a 4-4-1 in their favor. This is how Syndicates is choosing to answer the aggression Shuverters is dishing out right now.
You know what, man, I'm not gonna say anything more in this game. Every time I say something about one team, the other one does something, and every time I say something about the other team, and the other one is like, "Hey, no, we got this game. We're gonna kill them. We're gonna take this shutdown," and the game is not over. So this game is all over. Both the teams showing absolute skills, absolute trust in each other, and irrespective of who is ahead, they're taking that fight, taking out that damage, killing each other, announcing the game is not over till it's not over.
That's exactly what we say. Never give up and never back down. And that's what Syndicate is trying to put onto show. They're still around 4k gold behind Shuvu haters, but very crucially are on soul point for Cloud Soul. And now you can see the timers coming in. Lean puts a bit of vision for himself. Other than that, action a bit on the slower side. Already picking up the blue buff for his entire team. Scuttle also being picked up pretty early. Baron will be coming anytime soon as well, so you have to play according to that. And if Harambe is left alone with back devices, it will be a problem. Crown did exceptionally, at least in that last team fight. Zuko doing pretty well for himself. And they're completely taking hold of Syndicate's jungle from the side of Shuverters. They've just walked in and said, no, this is our area. We're marking it down by our vision, and you're going to have to fight even to take this much space back from us. And I think that's an excellent point coming out from them, that you're putting up this much pressure. But they're all really grouped up from Shuverters. Really maybe liked a 4-1 kind of situation coming in, especially that Navoid has TP, he can go on the side lane, something like that for his own self. But right now, it looks like Shuverters want to put in the trap. The charm from Joda, if it does land, can cause quite a bit of nuisance, like we've seen time and time again. Here they are just waiting. Zuko's on the side as well. The Sunder's coming in from that side. They don't have vision per se from the side of Syndicate, but they have enough game sense, enough knowledge not to push forward like that. But here comes Kagura. He's going to be walking right into look at RD and Navoid. They really want to bait out the fight. Drake can be started up. Navoid going onto the back lanes. A man all, and there goes down the jungler and the middle lane from Syndicate. This is exactly what Shuverters was looking for. This is exactly what Syndicate had to avoid, but unfortunately goes completely to the side of the blue team. They're going to be picking up the Baron and maybe put the final nails in the coffin, at least for game 1 in this best of 3.
Yeah, I mean, with all the after all the pressure, if you see there was so much pressure from the minion, they were able to create the pressure of being blind towards the Baron, waiting for Syndicate to make the mistake. Were finally able to catch 2 of the players, kill them, create the dominance in the map, secure Baron. The whole team is just gonna walk up top and look to end this game. I think no one wants to see more. I mean, SUVO haters do not want to see any more giveaways, do not want to make any more mistakes. With this Baron pressure, with two inhibitors down, they're going to look to end this game at the earliest possible.
So the enchanted arrow landed onto the Yone just before his snapback, so burns out the flash from Navoid before the crucial Drake fight that will be happening anytime soon. Drake up in 10 seconds, but now that's a flashless Navoid who's probably going to have to TP in over here. But look again, SUVO haters so far deep in the jungle of Syndicate, and Syndicate always have to caution or second guess themselves about walking any much deeper. And RD is going to be clearing away this ping, pretty much starting up the Drake, while he has this amazing front line essentially in terms of positioning from their side of SUVO haters, and Syndicate cannot answer back. They're going to lose another Drake. They're going to delay Soul Point whatsoever, and now it looks like Syndicate next fight is pretty much do or die for them. I really hope to see how SUVO haters will be answering in these fights, because it's going to be a bit of a tricky situation between themselves, and I really hope they end up winning this fight, because the game's gone on too long. You don't want Syndicate to have any avenues of getting back in, and that is something that has to be in the minds of SUVO haters. They've ended up giving one or two of these fights over, but majority has been won for them. Now with these Barrel Pair minions heading down over here, it's pretty much a 3-1-1 setup. Kaiser by himself in the bot side, Yone in the top side, and the rest of SUVO haters grouped up in the mid. So all side pressure being faced by Syndicates. They don't know essentially what to do. Crown could see is trying to go in for a flag, but he's in two minds about what he wants to do. The enchanted arrow lands, but it's on to the Nocturne. The flash forward by Deadeyes, but you're not catching the targets you want. You're not catching Itachi. You're not catching one above all who's being left alone. RD ends up going down in this fight. A lot of damage coming out from the Kaiser. Shutdown coming for the Lissandra, but a double, triple man on coming in for Navoid. Deadeyes left alone. Navoid coming up so huge in this last fight. So does the Ari. The Milios, all that remains from Syndicate. And that was a very bloody fight. A 4-for-3 in favor of SUVO haters. But Navoid and one above all, enough to run this in. Enough with the barrier power minions. Enough for them to close out game 1 and make Syndicate wonder where it all started to go wrong, because it was going wrong very early on, and Syndicate have to rethink going into game 2 of this best of 3 series.
I think the mentor was right when they saw Yone is not going to join the fight. They tried 4v5. They were able to kill the member, but the Kaisa just took away the game. And with that, we finish our game 1, and SUVO haters wins the game 1-0.
And I think excellently coming out from the side over here, this is what was pretty much the final nail. When you are giving up so much space, you cannot just blindly walk into bushes. That also has a 2-man over there. You're gonna get punished, and that's exactly what happens here. This fight, you go pretty deep into it, but nobody's touching one above all. Exactly, no one's touching the Kaiser. The set tries to go on him, but just turns around. But one above all is just gonna dish out as much fight as he can. One above all ults onto the Ashe, goes onto the backline, and pretty much that is GG. The Guardian Angel comes in for the Yone. They signaled out Abdo, just taunting a bit from the base, because what else could the Milio do there? Absolutely nothing. Syndicate, a bit of a poor showing for their side, and an extremely well showing from the side of SUVO haters. We did call them the slight underdogs coming. Even the votes in the chat said the same, but they are proving their mettle, and especially with their solo laners coming out pretty ahead in terms of laning phase.
Yeah, I mean, they cannot let Kaisa just free auto attacks. Just because Ashe hit the alt on Wukong, Nocturne, they just went all in on Wukong. On Nocturne. Wukong just flashed in, pressed the alt, everyone ignored Kaisa. Kaisa got free auto attacks in late game, which costed them the game. I think Syndicate made some very promising game. I think Syndicate showed that they have the power, but made some small but many macro mistakes that costed them the game.
Yeah, it's those small mistakes leading up, the small leaks in your gameplay that leads to the flood basically unleashing onto you. Syndicate were coming back slightly bit in terms of fights sometimes, but unfortunately, especially right after that, they ended up giving 4 for nothing, and that's pretty much the side of SUVO haters taking it. Navoid doing an excellent job against Zuko in the top side, gets his own solo bolo. Itachi in the mid lane doing pretty phenomenally. His charms always landing in these fights, so Josa, very well played to you as well. And talking about this target selection. The target selection for the side of Syndicate. not the most optimal. Like that last fight, Kaiser left completely alone. The only inkling that you had that the side of Syndicate maybe thought she was a pressure or pressure point was Zuko jumping on it, but as soon as he goes on him, he essentially turns away. Kaiser's left to free farm, free hit away over there, and that's pretty much GG. And that's why you have to be careful of one above all Kaiser, because if he's let to run free like that, if he's left alone, if no one is going after him, he's going to run rampant on your near backlines. And unfortunately, Harambe Adventure on that Ashe just never could come online. The enchanted arrows were hitting, but not essentially the targets that you want. It hits onto the Navoid, it hits onto the Nocturne, and I don't know what, I think they had a bit of a mental boom for the side of Syndicate at the end, because that enchanted arrow hits onto Nocturne, and it's, like you said, flash forward from Deadice, the ultimate onto, not onto the key members, onto the Nocturne of all people, and that pretty much signaled why everything happened. A bit of country music in the background is funny, but take us at least through the stats over here, Single.
I think we ran out of the first game within 35 minutes, right? Syndicate was so close to get, they were at 3 Drakes, trying to secure that soul but missed. They were at 27, 13 kills. The towers, there were 10 towers and 3 towers on Syndicate, and it shows the dominance that SUVO haters had on the game one. But at the same time, the game one was so exciting. Very, very excited for the games that are coming for today's evening. And with that, we have a very well-deserved player of the match, Itachi. Itachi was aggressive, was able to pick again and again people around the map, keeping the dominance for its team and taking them to victory.
Yeah, I think it was a close tie between him and Navoid for the MVP, as well as one above all towards the later. But the earlier game dominated by Itachi, by Navoid, and an excellent performance coming out, especially when Navoid is defeating someone like Zuko in the top lane. That just shows you what kind of potential this player has, and that's why we love these kind of tournaments where a bit of the unknown faces compared to the big stage are coming out, and they are performing well and truly so. Like we said, SUVO is a bit of an underdog coming into the competition, but already leading this best of 3 series 1-0 against the side of Syndicate. And before we head into game 2, guys, we're going to take a very short break.
from the bottom to the top, but I'm not finished. I just needed me a minute. Standing attention, lieutenant. I gotta get up and get it. All I'm focused on is winning. He not gonna cheat code. We win until the clock gon' hit zero. I'm fighting my way back like I was Nemo. Do it, I am a dynamic duo. Win, 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 and win. That's right, my nickname is winning. Gotta walk in the building, gotta inspire the children. Wanna see my ambition. I'm not a regular civilian. Gotta go up to the top, won't stop. I'm gonna be the man, yeah, I gotta cut a knot. Haters really on me, tryna take my spot. But we go up, yeah, we never gon' drop.
Guys, welcome back to League of Legends, Legends Ascent South Asia. It's me, Mandis, alongside Singler. We are in week 2, day 1, and we're already halfway through, or maybe just one game through, the best of 3 series between SUVO haters and Syndicates. And SUVO haters, in pretty dominating fashion, I might say, especially for a kind of underdog team, take away game 1 from the side of Syndicate. Any last thoughts about that matchup, Singler?
I think the game was very exciting. Both the teams did a fine job. Both the team did not give up even till the last minute. Yeah, I Suvo Hater had the benefit when it comes to kills, when it comes to gold, but the objective control was majorly at Syndicate side. I think they're gonna sit, they're gonna plan, and they're gonna come back strong in this game. Let's see if we get another yet juicy game, a strong game for all of our viewers.
And I think we can know why this Shaco ban is there for receiver. It's because Shakan has come in from the side of Syndicate as a substitute for Deadeyes right now. So we're going to have Shakan playing over here. Last time, most of his champions were banned out. He ended up playing the Mumu, so maybe something down those lines, because unfortunately, Hyper does have a bit of the smaller pool in terms of champions. But yet again, the Lucian ban against Harambe makes complete sense. He loves playing the champion. I don't even mind another S8UL ban, but now maybe because they have first pick from the side of SUVO haters, yet again, they will end up first picking the S8UL for one above all. The Pantheon, again, not going to be allowed to go into RD's hands. He still has his Yorick up. He still has, then recently that he's been playing Jax a lot in solo queue. So let's see what else bans and picks come out right now.
I think the Brom will be banned. Oh, I mean, it's a fearless draft. I think the Brom is auto banned. My mistake there. But let's see. Again, they get the blue side. They have banned out Shai Khan's Shaco and Amumu, what you talked about. They are looking to, because of Shai Khan's limited pool, is what you say, right? They're looking to ban and put most pressure on the jungle, or trying to eliminate him in the pick and ban phase. But let's see what Shai Khan has. Because I don't know if you know this or not, I've been seeing Shai Khan play a lot of Shen jungle. I'm excited if he picks it up in today. and we get to see it live. But he's had a decent success in it in Emerald Elo. Let's see what Shaikan has
Mhm.
planned for his game today, because he's gonna play for the first time for his team in today's game.
And yeah, he has played, I think, once before for City Submarine, but that's another thought. Given Viego's been banned, and this is what
Yeah.
I was kind of expecting from the side of One Above All. If it's not going to be the Ezreal, it's going to be the Jinx getting locked in for him. They really do play around him quite a bit once this champion gets locked in. So I really like how Shuo hitters are going to continue with this draft, because there's going to be a lot of peel coming in for the Jinx. The Lulu's available for her. The Millie, unfortunately, not allowed just due to Fearless draft right now. And the other man I really want to see perform is Zuko crown right here, because unfortunately not having the best showings in game one is definitely looking for a bit of retribution.
I think we're gonna get a Zaira Khan here. Is that what we're looking for? Or Shaikan is gonna get a pick in the first three, looking to get Mokai for the team, looking, to give that CC, to give that tank to the team, give that deal for its carries to take it through. And yeah, Mokai is getting picked. There's so many options for Jinx to be picked here, but I don't think Lulu will be the answer. I mean, Lulu is
Hmm.
good, but I'm not sure. In the last game, Navoid did a great job when it comes to a carry top, right? If he's gonna play carry, I think the support is gonna play on tanky role. But again, Lulu is
Hmm.
again a beautiful pick if they're gonna pick that. It's
Mm. The Yorick
it's a
gets
Yorick.
locked in for Shivers. It's a Yorick. And without doubt, I don't think either team doubts where this Yorick is going. RD, one of his favorites in the jungle, is this Yorick. It is a flexible pick, jungle and top, but most likely in the hands of Shivers. It's in hands of RD. It's going to be him playing or piloting this champion. The Derek will provide a lot of peel for the Jinx, a lot of help in team fights, and that's exactly what gets locked in for Silent Lean, the support of Shuvo haters over here. I want to see how Abdo does on the Rakan. He can't be that Ash pick, they're just, trolling a bit. It's not going to be the Alistar. So they're just pretty much thinking right now while hovering amongst themselves about what we want to pair up over here. So we're going to be another bot pick up. The Ezreal is
I
open.
think
It does allow
yeah.
flexibility, but with the Rakan, every single time that Zaya most likely going to get paired up, and that's exactly what gets locked in for Harambe. So after another immobile champion, another one comes in his favor, especially without the R. Very hard to survive as a Zaya, but you do have a lot of peel on your side. Talk about banning yet again. Itachi will not be allowed to be piloting his Thalia, gets banned out. The Mord, a ban coming out for the side of Shuver just because Zuko loves playing this champion. Everybody honestly loves playing this champion in our region, so pretty good ban from their side.
Yeah, I think Tarek is a wonderful pick with the amount of engaged with Rakan and Mokan that are bringing into the game. Tarek is a perfect counter. Tarek is actually a champion that I think is very underrated. It's so strong, it's so amazing, yet not picked that highly in our competitive games as of today.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm excited to see a Tarek game because he's gonna counter Rakan and Mokai very well. It's gonna be a mid pick here. I think they're gonna give Zuko again the last pick so that he can create the dominance in top and Hui gets locked in here for Buzz Lightning.
Yeah, Buzz Lightyear picks up the way from himself, is pretty good on this champion, so expect Kagura to perform phenomenally. Can get a lot of poker away. I really like the Aatrox ban against Navoid because one of his signature champions is going to be that Aatrox. Let's see what Navoid's going to be piloting in the top side. I think I've even seen him play the Mundo, but maybe just not that well. But the Hui gets answered back by Itachi picking up the Victor for himself. So you have pretty good scaling in the Victor, pretty good scaling in terms of the Jinx, and now a hover of the Ambessa right now for the side of I don't think we got to see him once even during the qualifiers which were streamed that he played this champion, so it's going to be interesting to see how he does. He loves playing these dash champions for himself, but unfortunately the hover does get changed at the last 3-4 seconds, and even at the last second change from Volibear to the Olaf. What do you think about this pick over here, Singla?
Olaf is the most exciting pick to see on top. I mean, Olaf on the right hand is just unstoppable. I mean, I've seen Rock Paper Caesar play Olaf for so long in our competitive game, and he has been
Mm-hmm.
so aggressive with it. I am very excited to see what Suwa haters can do with that Olaf pick. I think it's great. I don't think so that Syndicate had a plan or even thought of Olaf coming against them. So let's see. And they lock in an Ornn. I think Zuko has gone back a little bit defensive, playing for that scaling for its team, and it's just
Mhm.
gonna let Desire and Hue carry here. I think there's so much peel, there's so much scaling in Syndicate side this time with so much CC. It's gonna be a very exciting game.
Mhm.
The both the team have really good scaling at the same time, good aggression. But at this time, at least from my eyes, I'm very excited to see what Syndicate does because I like the job. I'm not saying that it's
Mhm.
the best, but it is well drafted. It is exciting, but just that one Tarek pick, I personally being a support main, is going to be something very interesting to watch here, right? If Tarek does his job, is going to be a wonderful, wonderful pick countering Syndicate. But if Lean is not able to create that impact, I think Syndicate is just going to be all over the game.
And like you said, not many Tarek support players in the scene in South Asia at least. So it's very interesting to see that Lean's going to be bringing this out. I think the other one's going to be due from PNX Ascension maybe later on. But otherwise, it does look interesting. A lot of picks that you love, like as in the players loved these picks. One is going to be the Jinx for One Above All, had MVP performance. Another is going to be that Yorick for RD, because a lot of times whenever show haters were against teams, this Yorick ends up seeing not seeing through into the draft because it gets banned out. But this time, let's see how he does, or especially on such a big stage like Legends Ascent South Asia, especially at such a crucial moment where you have the opportunity to take your team a clean 2-0 and lock in the top 2 spots in Legends Ascent with a clean 6 points for them. Syndicates definitely back against the wall. Unfortunately, at this point, can't get 3 points no matter how well they play from this point forward. What they do, what they can aim for is the 2 points or the 1 point, right? The 2 points is going to be a bit of a small reverse sweep for themselves, in the matter of how they want to play. Want to see how Navoid does on Olaf top. Hopefully this time, like you said, Zuko playing a bit more for the scaling, a bit more passive for himself on the Ornn. Let's see how he does play that out, because unfortunately, a bit lacking in the first game. And another very important part is Shaikan, right? Shaikan, the jungler, the substitute jungler right now for Syndicate, come instead of Deadeyes. He did get targeted quite a bit in the first phase of banning the Shaco. The Mumu gets banned out. He's going to play the Maokai. Unfortunately, we don't get to see his Chen jungle, like you're saying he's been playing quite a bit of, but unfortunately, we just get to see the Maokai. But so much CC coming in from Syndicate. Lean is going to be one of the most clutch players in this game if he wants to get SUVO haters through to the clean 2-0.
I'm also excited to see the Yorick pick. That's not something we commonly get to see into our games, right? I mean, Yorick
Mm-hmm.
has been the worst nightmare against me in my solo queue players, in my solo queue games, but it has been a nightmare also in my team, and just running down my game. So I think but as you already said, Madness, I think Yorick in RD's hand is something strong, is something we see, some really good macros that can come in with that. But I want to see what Yorick is going to entertain me tonight with. Is he able to going to pull that off? Going to create a lot of pressure around the map, a lot of pressure, and able to secure those towers, or what is going to happen?
And very interestingly, in the polls in the YouTube chat right now, it's completely flipped in favor of SUVO haters. The first game it was Syndicate 66%, now it's SUVO haters who have 66%. So that tells you the kind of excitement that this team has brought in game one. That's flipping a lot of opinions as well, and it certainly changed my mind, especially about some of how these plays, especially how Joda played it, how Itachi played it. Very wonderful coming after them side. Now also with pretty good picks for this, how they want to play around. But last time before, when they played the Jinx in their comp, they played a more protect the president kind of comp, where it's just a ton of peel for you. Now it's mostly going to be falling in the hands of the Tarek, in the hands of the Yorick, maybe with the walls that can prevent something. So you got one of Walls gonna definitely have a lot of his work cut out for him in terms of that. But if he scales up to the point where he's super strong, I think it's going to be a bit of a hard time for Syndicate. I want to see how the top goes. I really want to see how the bot goes off their side as well, because now you have a pretty good combo in the sense of the Zyre Rakan, pretty traditional bot lane in that sense. So you should be trying to get the win in the lane at least, or put much more pressure, because otherwise last time One Above All was quite applying. Even when you had the Ashe for yourself in the hands of Syndicate, couldn't do much early stage, where you're a bit bullying at least early to mid game. Unfortunately, could not come to fruition over there. But that being said, guys, be sure to follow all our social medias. The links are in the description box below. Make sure to follow our Discord, LOL India and South Asia, and we do have a lot of events coming up. We just had Drift Rivals, basically bidding wars. Now we're going to have the weekend skirmish, which is going to be bidding wars, but just for ARAM. So much more fun type of event where you don't have to think about macro so much, just basically fighting all the time, which I'm pretty sure most of our players love doing anyway. But that being said, we will very shortly be heading in to the draft of Game 2. We've already had the votes of who you guys think is going to win, but who do you guys think won out in terms of draft, essentially on paper, between these two teams? Would be very lovely to see. So make sure you're then and show support for your favorite teams in the chat, because they look for it from time to time, get some motivation. But Singla, I think we do have a very spicy game, very up and coming in front of us.
No, for sure. I think, and in this game, since we were on Anamokai jungle, this time the pressure is not going to be towards the top. I think the jungles are going to play more towards the bottom. They're going to look to give that lead to Xayah so that Xayah can take the victory. So I think the strategy that they have decided internally has changed a lot. Let's see if this time Xayah is able to get the victory, is able to get that attention from his jungle that was missing in the game 1. So I think Syndicate has gone back, come out with a new strategy, and let's see what they have for us in this draft, and if they are able to implement it better and able to secure their first win in this tournament.
Yeah, hopefully, like you said, they haven't even won a game in one of the best of 3 series, especially the last one against Revenants. Ended up going 0-2 down in that series. While SUVO haters complete momentum with them, especially after a game 1 like that. Already have locked in 3 points from the previous series they played last weekend. Now looking to match the points of S8UL in the leaderboard in terms of all 6. But this is where it comes down. This is where it gets juicy between these two teams. It's going to be yet again SUVO haters on the left side against Syndicate on the right. It's a best of 3. SUVO haters 1-0 up in this series. And oh boy, I really hope to see what kind of action comes out. I think the Jinx has forgotten to buy items over here, Sigla.
I think someone from the team is gonna tell that soon. Or I hope they're listening to your casting madness and they realize that Jinx, oh wait, we're working on a delay. So let's see if Jinx does realize it or is gonna be punished in the lane. I think this is I mean Jinx should not be feeling the pressure. The pressure should have been on Xayah, but I don't know where the Jinx is focused right now. And when is he gonna realize that he does not have item? Jinx. You do not have items.
That is very important. You don't have an item. This is pretty much the only time you'll get before the recall, so you come back in with the minion wave at least. But look at the wards being placed in the bot side. Nice ward coming out from Xayah. She puts a nice one there in the middle bush as well. Of all places, you can see Yorick and Olaf this time being a bit more defensive on the top side, because remember last time Syndicate make a very late invade. That time at least it was Dead Ice, but this time we have Shekan. I don't think he wants to go and invade right now with the Magai. Instead, it's going to be RD starting his red buff. The Jinx has realized, but she's walking to lane a bit late over here, Singla. She's going to be missing out on that added pressure over there. And yeah, that's why you can see Lean doesn't mind leashing Yorick or whatsoever, because he has no job pretty much in the lane right now.
But this also shows us, it does not matter about winning or losing, but the pressure on both teams is tremendous, right? The small mistakes that we might not ever make, but tournament does bring that small mistakes out of us, and I think it's okay. With that, they'll lose the early dominance in the lane. I'm not really sure. I couldn't see if they missed the XP or was Jinx able to secure all the 3 minions. But let's see, with this lead, Xayah is able to create some dominance in the lane. And I think this is something we already discussed. Olaf is going to have that early lead on, and he's already showing dominance, that he's going to be so much more stronger early game against on, till he's able to build some armor defensive against, the Olaf. He's going to be punished for every time he walks up.
Yeah, did get punished, did burn a health pot as well, the fire breath coming out from him. But on the bot side, you can see that Abdo's running Glacial Augment for himself, so he really wants to get that added slows in whenever he's going in, not the Aftershock or Guardian, essentially for him. You can see both junglers. Look at where Shekan is on the top side of the map. A lot of pings coming in over there. Very shortly, you will see that maybe something comes out. The Void's going to be backing in. Here comes the Maokai. The Void has to be careful. The flash for by Shekan. He pushes back the Void. The Void can't even flash away to any safety. Essentially, he has to fight his way out of it. But it's about who ends up picking the kill. They're going to give it over to Ground. And you were talking about them not going to be focused on top side. This is exactly what SYN had, completely in different minds. Last time we saw Deadeyes spend so much time top, couldn't actually get anything done of it. But here, everybody coming in as a substitute, comes in clutch, ends up letting Crown pick up the first blood, this time for the side of Syndicate.
I think that was very well played by SYN. SYN saw that, Olaf even being after low just because he's more of an aggressive top laner. He's gone really deep on top. He just finishes with 3 CS. He looks at the opportunity, pings top, flashes in, gives that first blood to On, creating a lead for On that will give him a breather in the top lane. Starting well played by SYN.
And essentially lets Ornn get the Bramble West as well. So he's going to be happy. RD is now going to be making his way over. Crown has flash. Maybe one's going to be having to be forced to use it. He's getting slowed down quite a bit. The pickaxe hasn't come back. Crown still holding on to his flash. That's why RD was also holding on to cage. If Crown flashes, he just cages him in place. But no, unfortunately, Crown not respecting. There's some kind of counter punishment coming out for SUVO. So now essentially junglers helping their laners get kills. But it's not going to be Navoid who picks it up. It's going to be RD picking up the first kill for the side of SUVO.
I think that was beautifully played. I think both the jungle RD just show that, hey, I'm not gonna sit down if you're just gonna kill my top lane and walk away. I mean, after the push on overstayed its welcome. Yorick saw that, that he's looking to freeze, looking to pile up this wave, goes and punishes and just runs them down. He tried giving the kill to Olaf so that he can come back to the lane more stronger. Waited till the last second, walked near the tower, but once he realized that he cannot get the kill to Olaf, he just puts him down and digs the grave.
Nice turn coming in from Tarek. Double ones onto Abdon Harambe, which here comes RD. He is close by. You have to be very careful. Here comes the slow. Here comes the cage onto Harambe. You probably have to flash, but no, you have SYN coming in. Flash does get burned, but it's a bit too late. One above all is now excited in this fight, and now it's going to be Syndicate on the back end of it. SYN slowed down, doesn't have flash from that earlier gang top side. It's about who picks up the kill. It's going to be RD who takes it over magically with his ghouls, but there will be the feats of warfare picked up by SUVO. I think Harambe eventually just being too greedy with his flash allowed the side of Syndicate, not come back in that fight. Once the Jinx get excited, that's pretty much the fight going completely in favor of SUVO.
Yeah, I mean, once they killed the Zaya, there was no damage left to be done. And Zaya, Jinx just got excited and could run them down and was able to secure 2 kills there. I mean, it was well played by Yorick again, believing in him, believing in the team. I saw Rakan exhausting the Tarek for some reason. I think there was a little bit misplayed by Abdo. He missed his exhaust instead of, exhausting the Jinx, exhausted the support and was punished. Jinx could just flash in, kill the Zaya, get excited, and create a lead for its team.
And that's exactly what they did. Jinx comes up with that perfect back of a BF sword as well as a dagger after, ending up in lane very late. But now, with a bit of a clear advantage, at least in terms of itemization, in terms of damage, the Gull gets picked up for the side of the Zaya, just trying to get some more farm in with terms of numbers for herself. But otherwise in that, 3 kills to the 1 for SUVO. Pretty much a 1k gold differential in their favor. And RD very accelerated in the Yorick. We were very excited to see the Yorick jungle, and it's coming out in full fruition for the side of SUVO.
And I think he's been doing a wonderful job. I mean, even as per me, Yorick is an early farming jungle. He's able to create so much pressure. Already have 3 kills participation, and Yorick has been doing a wonderful job. And I think out of everyone, they do not want a fed Jinx against them, because once Jinx is able to get 3 items, she's just literally gonna run down the whole team, right? And one above all, even in the last game, showed us the capability that he has. He has shown us that even with the fed caster, what he can do, and in multiple games. So Syndicate needs a better plan. They cannot give kills to Jinx, 3 kills to Jinx just like that, because that can be end for them very early.
Oh, but hold up. In the meantime, Kagura gets caught out with the R from Itachi. Has to flash away. So does Itachi, but he's burning down to the ultimate. The R King Comet from downtown gets the kill for Kagura. RD has to run. Gonna get caught in the Maokai ultimate. Another amount of damage comes out. Shaikan is the one that's gonna end up picking up the kill. So a bit of punish coming in from Syndicate from SUVO haters chasing down Kagura. A nice shadow coming in from Shaikan as well over there. So very well played from Syndicate. It's allowing them to get equal in terms of kills as well as pick up the first 3 grubs without any hindrance.
I think Shekan Bhai has been doing a great job. He's been able to counterpick every time Yorick. He's always there for the team. Even when here, Asuo haters just all in on the way. Shai Khan saw that, ran down, flashed with the team. There was so much damage coming out of Hue, just melting down the Victor. Then Mokai just pressed all, stuns the Yorick and able to secure another kill for the team. And with that, they were also able to secure the first 3 grubs on top and are looking to create pressure and in the map.
Definitely. Drake now being started up by SUVO. That's how they're going to answer the first 3 grubs taken, or the only 3 grubs taken away by Syndicate right now. So at least in terms of jungle objectives, 1:1 right now on the board. In terms of kills, also 3:3. And in terms of gold, slight 400 gold lead for Syndicate right now. RD ends up dying for his first death. Joda overextends, gets caught out with the Hue ultimate, ends up going down. That's going to be Kagura this time, cementing his place in the mid side, especially with this Hue pickup. I think that was tremendous coming out from the side of Syndicate's draft, because it's paying so much dividends in this matchup. Look at how passive Tachi has to play the lane.
Yeah, I think this game is majorly the battle of jungles. I think both the jungles are doing tremendously well. I'm excited to see who's going to come more top. Because I think after the first kill on the top, Olaf is not able to make much of a lead, right? After picking a fighter, early aggressive top laner. And Ornn is just going to outscale him any day when it comes to late game. He's going to become over tank, going to give those upgrades to its Xayah, to its team, helping them win. Right now has only a lead of 5 minions, which is not enough. So the top lane has gone more in the favor of Syndicate as of now than SUVO haters.
And yeah, it does seem like that the Blackfire Torch completed from the Hue right now. Unfortunately, Itachi still hasn't completed his Liandry, especially such against a tanky team will play a lot. The Liandry is completed by Maokai. Unfortunately, the Triforce still in the works from the side of Red Devil. Nothing part of itemization is completed. SUVO now at least gold. Pretty much even between these two teams, and Avoid trading quite a bit against Crown. Topside Crown's trying to dash out, but Avoid is going to be a dish of damage. Crown very low in terms of mana. TP is still available to him if he wants to come back to lane fed like that. Shaikan picks up his blue buff, but other than that, game pace has slowed down quite considerably. Other than you can see, one above all, like you said, you can't let gold get funneled into a Jinx. 3-item Jinx, something that gives a lot of people nightmares. And he's already so close to completing his Juntals. Well, Xayah is a bit far away from it, doesn't even have the slingshot for himself. So, itemization wise, Jinx pretty nicely ahead. You can see in the mid time, Kagura in the mid line does clear these waves very, very quickly. So he's going to put a lot of added pressure and then try to go for him. That's exactly what the Hue is doing right now. Privi goes deep, puts a down a ward from himself. RD very sneakily has walked his way into this bush. So if the side of Harame, Venture and Abdu do pressure it a bit, it could be trouble, because Shekan is a bit away. He's still close by in terms of shadowing, but I don't think side of Syndicate, being a bit of seasoned veterans among themselves in terms of playing this game for so long, are going to walk up and give SUVO haters that opportunity.
Yeah, and I mean the best thing about Xayah Rakan is they're very slippery. With extended E range for Rakan coming into Xayah can go deep enough, press that W, press that E, run away, and Xayah having the ult. So I think Xayah Rakan are very hard to catch upon. And I think when it comes to farming, both the teams will be more comfortable with farming because both of them are hyper scaling, with Victor and Jinx being two hated side and Xayah on and Hue being at Syndicate side. So I think when it goes to late game, my personal favorite will be Syndicate, but at the same time with Victor and Jinx, SUVO Hater is not going to be behind. It's going to be more onto who can play it better than being on comp.
And look at this fight breaking out. The jumpers do come out, but don't unfortunately catch anybody. Flash burned by Abdo. Shakan on the tail of Navoid a bit here on the top side was picking up some of the waves that Zuko would be missing out on. So nice play for him. Picks up some added more XP for himself. Catches up a bit in terms of CS numbers also between the two teams right now. But after the first, a bit of explosive start to the game, bit more slow. It's still 3 kills to 3 kills. Gold is pretty much bang even between them. Drake going to be coming up, so I expect some more action around that time. But other than that, you can see Zaya completes Yuntals, but Jinx with the Yuntals and the Berserker Greaves for himself when he comes back into these fights is going to be slightly ahead of Zaya in terms of fight. But here comes Shekan with the ultimate, instantly out. Flash pop by Itachi, gets away, but flash chase by Shakan. He's getting put a lot of damage in. The ultimate from Kagura is going to seal the deal in that explosion, and that's going to be a very, very dead Victor. But a lot of summoners burn from that. Abdo gets out of a tricky slip. This is where the slipperiness of the Rakan comes into place. When you think you've caught him out, unfortunately, he's going to get out of that. Let's just look at this replay over here, Singla. You can see Itachi instantly flashes away, but the flash by Shakan. He knows the ultimate's going to hit onto him. He flashes forward to close the gap a bit, dives into him, and then it's going to be Kagura who ends up getting the kill. But here the Drake fight is going down. One above all is trying to deal a lot of damage. He's not being touched whatsoever. Shakan goes in, but that's a bit too deep. Tarek ult comes out, and now they're all invulnerable. Nothing can be done to them. Here comes the horn. It does slow a bit of these members, but the damage is coming out. Jinx unfortunately ends up going down. Navoid with the TP on the backlines is chasing down members one by one. Crown and Kagura cannot do much in this situation. They're going to leave Itachi to die to the hands of the Ornn, but Kagura is going to flash over to this side of the wall. Drake now going to be started up by them just because junglers are down from the side of Syndicate. But just look at this. It looks so excellent coming in for one above all right here. He's not getting touched. He is pretty safe from the tag, but he doesn't realize all the feathers are behind him. The horn is there as well. Feathers come in. They get pulled back. The horn, he's just locked up in place too long. And this is right after the Tarek ultimate gets finished. So a bit of bad timing coming in the side of SUVO Haters bot lane, but it's going to be them taking away the Drake from the hands of RD still ends up picking up the Drake, but ends up paying with his life for the problem, and even Kagura ends up going down. So a lot of action happened off screen right there, but at the end of the day, Drake gets picked up by SUVO Haters. They are now with that Drake lead for themselves, but unfortunately down a bit in kills, down slightly in gold, and I think that last fight could have been played much more better from their side.
No, I mean, I think they invested a lot of ults when it comes to on Victor, right? So even after not having all the ults, they were able to win that fight, did well. Jinx went too deep into the feathers. Otherwise, I was actually excited, and I was thinking that Jinx is just going to run down the whole team, killing everyone one by one, and it's going to look bad. But Ornn came in. Ornn was able to secure 13 kills. Both the top laner, in fact, were able to secure about 3 kills each there in that fight, and the fight just went even. Victor TP'd in, was able to join the fight again. Syndicate was down 3 ults, but still was able to do an amazing job. Zaya did so much damage into the fight, securing it for them. But unfortunately, Olaf just TP's back, runs down, and was able to secure the 2 kills on Zaya and we're there.
And it gets a bit separated after the Olaf comes into the fight. The Ornn is chasing, Abdo on the backside. Sorry, he's chasing Lean on the backside. Lean ends up going down. This side, Kagura is being chased by Navoid, by RD, and he has to flash over the wall to get away. But a bit of lane swap coming in. The turret ends up going down. Ground is still chasing forward, and there's a reason why. Here comes Rakan, here comes Zaya. Flash available to the Jinx. He's going to leave Lean all alone, but can you lock him down? The stun comes out, the knockups come out. Lean has to flash away, but here's RD. He's like, no, you don't touch my bot laners. I'm going to make sure you punish. He said Harambe doesn't have flash, pulls back the feathers a bit too late. He ends up falling down in the fight. A nice stun comes in. Lean's going pretty low, but here comes the big man. It's Kagura with that massive R coming in. Now Crown, who initiated all this action, is the only one that remains. It's going to be a 4-for-1 in favor of SUVO Haters, and it's going to be Navoid even taking a tier 1 in the bot side.
I think there were a lot of miscommunication that happened in that fight, right? On was tanking it all for them, on being very heavy already on the armor, and two haters comp is heavily, AD. Victor was not in the fight, was standing behind. They decided to go back after the Zaya died. The on moved back, but the team did not. Rakan was able to catch two of the members, was able to kill it, and then run down the team. There was a little bit of miscoordination or miscommunication from Syndicate side again, for which they paid for.
Definitely did pay for it. Looks like the Jinx is going for the Runan's Hurricane before as well with her itemization. Like you see, 3 daggers in her pocket. It's not going to be the Infinity Edge. It's going to be the Runan's first. You want a little more AoE in terms of how she's fighting out there. But unfortunately, don't like the chase that much. Like, that was such an overextended fight in the top side. The Ornn went really deep. Zaya comes in. Once you see that one above all is free from the fight, I don't think you continue going in. Who are you going on? You're going on to a Tarek of all people. You're burning everything on this support. He's gonna love that kind of action any day. Like, you burn everything on me, leave my rest of my teammates alone, and they will end up picking up the kills. And I think that's a good point of a support. I loved how you could see that Itachi comes in, Joda comes in with his ultimate, pans it out a lot of places onto Harambe Avenger as well. He doesn't have flash. He pulls his feathers back a bit too late, and he ends up getting caught just before the stun can get locked in from the feathers of the rune.
And with that, Jinx have 4 kills already. I mean, I'm particularly not a fan of Hurricane being built right there, because the amount of armor that Syndicate has, with the Mokai being in the front line, with Rakan being in the front line, with Ornn tanking from the front. I personally feel that Jinx should have gone for armor pen a bit early, maybe as the third item. The second can be Infinity Edge, or buy that recipe in the starting. But obviously, these are our pro players. One above all knows what he's doing. Maybe he has a strategy in his mind and is gonna, show us. But 3 item Jinx is just going to be very scary for Syndicate to do anything. They cannot make mistakes like this. They cannot give Jinx that 3 item spike, because once Jinx can finish those 3 items, it's gonna be a fiesta, a kill fiesta. All she has to do is find that one kill, get excited, and run down the whole team with Derek out.
I think the problem is that unless Jinx is putting herself in the line of harm, no members of Syndicate are actually reaching her. Like, only that last fight where Jinx gets caught out near the Drake part is because she walked in with the honest hope that the Tiger saves her, but she's not paying attention to the timings. She's not paying attention to the feathers that are behind her, and that's maybe the only downside I've seen of one above all, at least in this game. But otherwise, phenomenal with the spacing. He gets out on the top side over there, leaves Lean behind. Lean burns so much through it in terms of spells on the side of Syndicate, and Syndicate just not chasing down the members you want to lock. I like the kind of play that Syndicate did when they got out Joda with that on that Victor in the mid side before Drake fight, but these are the kind of plays they have to go for, not extended team v team fights, because they are not locking down priority targets. If you don't lock it down, the Jinx gets excited, Rex starts wreaking havoc, and you can honestly do nothing to stop it, because the Zaya can pull the E once in these kind of fights, especially without the Navoris, and that just shows you how much lacking Syndicate is sometimes in these team fights, in their logical decision making going into fights. But we have resumed action. Olaf 3-1-1, RD 3-2-7. Out of the 11 kills for his team, he's had a 10 KP right now. So that just shows you the high numbers. As he was talking, Jinx 4-1-5. Runans has completed, but like you would have maybe liked a bit of armor pen for himself. Maybe even the Infinity Edge. Second rush would have been fine as well. But I don't think Runans is the answer. But going in, that's how he wants to play it. Unfortunately, Zaya very far behind. Looks to be building the Infinity Edge, has a BF sword, but doesn't have tier 2 boost, doesn't have Berserker grease for herself, so quite a bit behind. And this is pretty much a repeat of what happened to Harambe in game 1, where he fell so far behind he wasn't much of an issue later on.
I think RD, especially in this game, is giving me the game that I was looking from Yorick. The amount of aggression that he has seen, he has shown in this game. Flash again, pressing W, you're running down for the team, leading it from the front, so that Jinx can just follow up and, do the damage for him, secure kills. I think this game RD has done an absolute wonderful job, and also shown why Yorick has been banned and never given into in his hand, because it can be very scary. Because at the moment,
that's exactly what happened.
Yorick is
Hmm.
one level above Maokai. He already has a lead of almost 10 CS, but has a whole level advantage over Maokai.
And some
Okay,
neat
Yorick is
driving
showing
coming
off
up
his.
from RD.
Yeah.
He does take the Rifter all the way to the tier 2 on the bot side. Now, Sugar is a bit behind in terms of pace, but I don't think that can be much. RD tries to lock in targets, but he's a bit left alone. Avoid is here in case anyone tries to jump on him. But other than that, tier 2 being focused bot side, he's driven a lot of pressure away from the tier 1 in the middle lane. Drake going to be available in a couple of seconds. Atakan coming up in 20 seconds time. So these are the timers that the side of SUVO Hater is going to keep in mind. In terms of gold, 1.5k in favor of SUVO Haters right now. Most of that gold on the Jinx, on the Yorick, on the Olaf, and these are the kind of players you want in him. Maybe we'll like some more gold funneled into Itachi, given the kind of player that he is. Blackfire complete for him. He's going for the Leandri's deck, but wait, quite a bit far up in terms of items compared to that Victor. He has a Blackfire, he has a Leandris, he has level 2 boost. But look at this, Syndicate are just too slow to the party. The Drake already gets neutralized. Shekan caught in a bit of no man's land, locked in with the Chompers, has to flash to get away. The W lands from the Jinx. Ornn trying to prevent anything more coming, but he's being forced to flash, and it's not looking good. The tag ultimate comes late into the fight. I don't think it was needed over there, especially that you've seen Ornn has flashed away. But anyway, it's always better to be safe than sorry. But Syndicate had no business whatsoever, especially Shegan walking up. As soon as that Drake goes down, you're supposed to just run away. He gets locked into play, chain CC'd for days. He flashes away, but unfortunately fails to evade the W. The ultimate comes out from the Victor to give a bit of more AoE splash damage as well over there with the burn. But that's going to be one above all, picking up his 5th kill. That's going to be SUVO Haters, given that the jungler of Syndicate was down, picking up the Atakan for themselves, and they've accelerated quite fairly so fast in the last 2 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, I can see a lot of confusion when it comes to Syndicate, right? I think they were confused to go for the dragon, not go for the dragon, and Shaikan fight just gets picked up, and the goal lead was not massive before that fight, but now the goal lead has exceeded by another whole K, making it almost a 2k lead for SUVO Haters, right? But more than that, they are very ahead when it comes to objectives. They have 3 dragons, they're already on their soul point. They have secured the Atakan that will give them an amazing, XP lead. Let's see, with one more mistake, if made by Syndicate, I think two haters are just gonna run out.
But here, Abdo just jumps in, instantly gets the it's not the shutdown, the person you want to pick up the shutdown, but it's going to be Abdo picking it up. Lean left to his own devices, unfortunately, without his Jinx, without most of his carries nearby will go down. So this is Syndicate being a bit more proactive, right? This is what I would have liked maybe before an objective fight, not after an objective fight, like Shekan was looking for. So these are the kind of plays that you have to go for, and you lock down in. You get the huge shutdown that one above Hile unfortunately goes over to the support of Syndicate. Lean ends up going down as well in the fight. And now you can see the armor pen coming in for the Jinx. The last Whisper has been built as well. Probably goes into Immortal or his Lord Dom's. Top side, you can see Victor completed his Leandries as in that fight. After that fight, but here you can see one above all flashes away, but you can't get away from Abdo when he's so far ahead in terms of spacing. He just jumps on you, you get neutralized. I don't think even a flash being burnt over there would have saved your life, so maybe even keep hold of the flash. Maybe this time would have been a nice time to be greedy with it, but unfortunately now the flash gets burned. One above ends up going down. Only price for SUVO Haters, the goal gets funneled a bit in the wrong direction for Syndicate. But this is what Syndicate does when it seems that they're on the back foot. They go for these kind of plays where it does work out. Hopefully they can continue to keep up this kind of pressure, because it's neutralized a lot of the goal lead that SUVO Haters have.
Makes so much sense. I think the draft that Syndicate drafted was majorly about this, right? With the amount of CC that they have, with the amount of engage that they have, right? They will. The whole point of the draft was to pick the wrong mistakes that the team does. They were able to pick Victor before, now they were able to pick Jinx and then Derek. I think they're doing a wonderful job with the draft that they have made. But the thing that they are truly struggling with is major of the gold is sitting on Ornn and the shutdown went to Rakan. Whereas the gold when it comes to SUVO Haters is with Jinx, is with Olaf, who can use the gold more wisely, can create the pressure for the team and can snowball. So let's see. what happens when it comes to Syndicate, because Syndicate is still in the game, creating that pressure, is able to pick up on the team. And if SUVO haters do not respect the comp enough, are going to lose again and again to Syndicate, the member or two, and can lose the game in long run.
The smite comes out from Marty. He ends up picking up the blue away from Shekan, unfortunately, over there. Haramovich takes quite a bit of damage. Feathers fly, but he gets locked up into the chompers afterwards. Can it be enough? Superman comes in, but Harambe ends up going down to RD before the rocket can even launch. Shekan being forced to burn his flash. Flash being burned by Abdo. No, he didn't have a flash. He just jumps away, but the R from the Victor. Enough to cause mayhem, enough to pick up the kill. Harry gets away with his life. Shekan just about surviving, but yet again, now you have a flashless Maokai. Just look at this fight that breaks down. I think this is a lot to be faulted on Haramovich. He's taking so much damage before the fight comes up. He feathers, flies, he has to walk back a bit, so he gets out of jumper range, but he still gets caught by it. He ends up going down to RD, to the burn damage. Shekan being forced to flash. Abdo jumps out, but it's a bit too late. The burn damage from the Victor ends up solidifying the kills from him, and this is going to end up solidifying a Baron for the side of SUVO haters. After all that, Drake is still up for contest. Mind you, SUVO haters are on Infernal Soul Point. If that gets locked in, it's going to be very, very, very hard for Syndicate in these team fights if they can't even reach the Jinx.
Syndicate cannot make these kind of mistakes if they're looking for win. Again and again, they have proved that they are, highly competitive team. They have good skills. They go so well in lane, but are making those small mistakes again and again, because of which they're not able to secure any win in the tournament till now.
And here the fight comes in. Abdo has gone pretty deep. Now Voice comes from this side. Who's going to stop him? But Buzz Lightyear is doing so much damage even before the Tarek ultimate comes in on that side. And look at this. Now Void is chasing down members one by one. That's a double kill for him. Crown is left alone on the side. Shekan pops the ultimate just to maybe get out, but there is no stopping this Ola. That's a triple kill for the top laner of SUVO haters. That's going to be Infernal Soul getting picked up by SUVO haters. And just look at how this messy fight starts. You can see Abdo, he goes into the fight. It's a number of... Yeah, Hue does so much.
Look at the amount that Hue did, and the Tarek support just proc. Tarek was able to proc the ult, Olaf gets the ult and just land on the team. I think it was a very good try by the team of Syndicate doing that amount of damage. But as I told you before game, Tarek is just sleeper OP pick. That one ult changed the whole wave of the game.
That's exactly what happened over here. The ult changed a bit of it. I think maybe a bit earlier from Tarek, and you could have saved members from the splash damage that covered Delta. But otherwise, do this from now. Navoid works it to wonders, chases down 3 members one by one. Shekan pops his ultimate, but it's no use against an ulted Olaf in the backlines over there. He gets gone. Unfortunately, Shekan not having the best of games on this map and not locking down the targets he does want. And instead, it's going to be Navoid 6-1 and 2 on the Ola. Sunder Sky, Stairkage Gauge, as well as a Stride Breaker. Look at the Jinx, has the Yuntals, has the Runan's Hurricane, has the Lord Domes as well. So a lot of armor damage coming in. Probably going to be the Infinite Age next. Joda coming in clutch as well. Very well balanced in terms of shooters, how they want to go for these fights, especially before objectives. And unfortunately, Syndicates have to try and catch out members more single-handedly, because Abdo jumped into a lot of people over there. Unfortunately, could not do much. We tried to deal his damage, but that Tarek ult comes in clutch, saves so many members' life. But here on the top side, Crown unfortunately fortunately gets away from the jumpers, and what looked like a sure shot death of Anorn lets him survive. Yes, Jack, so she'll be tanky the longer the fight goes on as well. But look at this, Syndicate all on the top side, SUVO haters all on the top side, all just trying to defend this tier 1. And look at Jinx is clear. Look at the heals coming in from the Tarek. Chompers come in the backside. Harry's trying to go forward, try to catch out. Here comes the Maokai ultimate, one above all. Gets safely from that with the help of the Tarek, but he's locked in place. He can't move. But unfortunately, he gets popped in this fight. Harambe is doing a lot of damage from the backlines as well. But Syndicate don't have their own amount of damage. Now Void chasing pretty deep here will end up going down to turret, but ends up picking up the Rakan before. Nice feathers getting pulled back by Harambe, ends up picking up more kills. So this is the kind of fight that Syndicate wants to go for. They actually go a bit more. It was a very bloody battle, 4 for 3 in favor of Syndicate. And I think a lot comes up to the Jinx getting locked down with that Maokai ultimate. I think the tag honestly has to go a bit forward and block it for him so he doesn't get rooted in place.
No, I mean, Jinx just went too deep when it comes to, against Syndicate. If you look at Syndicate's ultimate that they have, right? On ult cannot be stopped, Rakan ult cannot be stopped. On and Rakan just pressed R, ran down on the Jinx. There's only limited things that Tariq could do, even with the S, right? Even with his R, even with that unkillable R. But Jinx went too far into the fight, cannot do that as an ADC, has to respect, doesn't matter how ahead you are, at last you're just an ADC, and if not respecting the opponents, they're going to run you down. So I think even after that, Olaf was just having fun, went deep, picked up some kills for the team, went 3 versus 4 against Syndicate in that fight, and I think it wasn't a big loss for the team, but let's see how it goes.
Yeah, like you said, a bit of worrisome from SUVO haters, especially from One Above All. He walked very close to turret. He had seen that Shekan is close, but he has to be aware that the Maokai ultimate can get popped at any second. Unfortunately, gets caught by it. The R of the tag gets burned down, and all the time he's held over there. Then Rakan comes in, you clean up the fight. But still, very messy from the side of Syndicate. Even after all that, it's a 4 for 3, just 1 man more advantage in terms of kills of how that fight gets dictated. But it looks like because of the R's that are going to get popped by the Maokai, that Quicksilver Sash is coming in for the Jinx. He wants the QSS for himself over there in case he gets a lockdown, essentially like he did last time. And you can see the ornaments have started to come in. The Huey's Blackfire gets upgraded. The Yuntals gets upgraded for Harambe Adventure, and unfortunately, still no Infinity Edge in the hands of the Jinx.
Yeah, that's something that I was exactly gonna come to. Yeah, after all those ults, Jinx was forced to build quick silver slash so that she can live for a bit longer. But with that, it's delaying her power strike. It's delaying that Infinity Edge to come in. Because of which, if you see, the Ornn was just walking around in front of Jinx without even taking any damage. Jinx need that Infinity Edge if it is looking to carry the game fight for its team. But let's see if when he's able to procure that.
Yeah, and it is looking a bit on those knives for themselves. But the side of Shuaters are walking pretty nicely. They are looking to go to the ending stages of this game because it is 60 gold to the 56, around 4k difference in favor of Shuaters. They have Infernal, so they're putting up another roll. Crown has walked pretty far ahead. The flash gets burned from Tariq Lean to just get out of it. You have Tariq ultimate that needs to get popped anytime soon over here, and as you see, the mobile comes in, the Jinx is left alone. No one can touch Mr. Jinx, and he is Mr. President, dealing so much damage. He's excited in this fight. Apple ends up going down, so does Crown, and one by one members are falling. Lean is walked up. Unfortunately, one of our falls to the hands of Kagura. Triple kill coming from Jota. Just look how big that Victor ultimate is, and all that is left for the side of Syndicate will be this way. He flashes away. He's going to try. No, he tried to use it, but it was a bit too late in terms of when he's going to touch that blasting cone. Now Itachi is walking forward. The lasers don't connect. The Q does. It's going to be a bonk from RD that claims a kill. An ace for the side of SUVO haters, and they only lost 2 men in the process. And look at this. The boy just ending the game by himself.
Wow, what a game. I think there was a lot of desperate plays again. I mean, that was very miscoordinated. A lot of ults coming in from Syndicate side. In a choke point, Victor was just able to take out so much damage. The ult became humongous, melting down the whole team one by one, going in, dying into a Tariq's ult where they cannot kill anyone, but they're just standing. And look at that Olaf in the bottom. He's like, either of my team is winning, so I'm just gonna run down, finish this game, and secure today's victory 2-0 for my team.
And that's exactly what he does. He doesn't care about how this fight goes. Anyway it goes, the backs are just not going to be coming in for Syndicate. He is doing his split pushing job, and he is locking it down for their side. And unfortunately, Syndicate, in a bit of an upset, go down 0-2 against SUVO Hater. SUVO Hater is going to be locking in that crucial 3 kills for themselves, and that is all that she wrote, at least for this best of 3. And I think SUVO Haters are a force to be reckoned with in Legends Ascent.
I think it was very well played by the underdogs. I was very happy to see what RD played in this game. I was very happy to see what Navoy did this in game. These are certain players that, even being in this community for almost 10 years, I've never seen, but they are some really good upcoming players showing that new level of, league, some excellent skill plays, and has gapped some of the best names in the community. So I'm very excited seeing new players coming in, leaving the mark on the rift and carrying their team to the top.
And that's exactly what they did with this. Now they are sitting in the top 2 of the leaderboard. I'm pretty sure they're patting themselves on the back, and very rightfully so after this kind of performance. As you said, against a squad that is full of a lot of veterans, essentially, of the scene. And they did phenomenally. Navoid did so good in game 1 against Zuko over there. Even with the Olaf here, he knew exactly what he needs to do in the team fights. He was running down the back members at the end, doing his split pushing duties as well, gets it through. And I think just overall, Shuva hitters are something that has to be reckoned moving forward. People have to anti-draft against him. And again, you can't give RD this Yorick, and there's a reason for that, because he definitely showed it to you in this game over here. And you also can't let a Jinx get so fed or so far ahead, because the plan is to squish a lot onto that Jinx, and you are in the earlier rounds allowing, like, even Shekant went for that gang top side. He got that first blood for the side of Ornn, but Ornn can't do much with that. It's not the kind of lane where you have to get that far ahead, right?
No, I mean, makes a lot of sense. I think that early lead that Chekan was able to secure for On made the lane playable, right? I mean, even after that, the On could deny the whole existence of Olaf when it comes to early game, but there were so many small macro mistakes that were made from the side of Syndicate that costed them the game.
Definitely. And just talking a bit about how game 2 of this best of 3 series looks on paper. 26 kills for Shuvaders to the 19 of Syndicate. The goal difference was 17k in favor of Shuvaders. That 8 towers to 1 speaks so much about the macro. 4 Drakes take it completely without any answer from Syndicate, with an Infernal Soul locked up. The Rift Heralds locked in. The Baron locked in. Only jungle objective Syndicate could take was the 3 grubs for this one, because even Atakan was secured by Shuvo haters. And I think this team, with the way they draft, with the way they play, especially with how they can interchange Navoid and Itachi, which they have done in the past, does present a difficulty to draft against, and that's definitely what was on show for their side over here. And speaking about Yorick, our Red Devil on this Yorick did phenomenal, right? 6 kills, 18 assists, only 2 deaths, and he was going everywhere he needed to be. Even in the fights for Drake, he was doing good. Even in the bloody fight between Shuver Haters and Syndicate, where most members fall down, he ends up giving his life just to secure the Drake, and that's what any good jungler will do in terms of getting these objectives for yourself. When you get 4 dragons unanswered, that just speaks a bit about how you as a jungler are clearing your objectives, and I think we're going to see many great things coming from this man in the future as well.
Yeah, I mean, the aggression that he brought in this game, securing all the 4 early dragons, getting the soul for the team, creating that pressure on the bottom, or creating the pressure all around the map. I think it's a very well deserved MVP, and he did some great job. I'm looking forward to play with RD. I look forward what he brings up in the future games. Very well played by RD, especially with the Yorick. He gave me the game that I was looking for. Yeah, the Yorick game that I was very excited about, because Yorick is not a common champion that we get to see in a lot of competitive games, right? When it got picked, I was scared. Is it gonna go left? Are we gonna enter into a game 3? Is it a troll pick? Is it a flex pick? But I think he proved me wrong, and he played a beautiful game, flashing in, using that W, capturing Zaya, killing, creating the pressure for the team, and securing a win for the team.
Yeah, I think like you're saying that early part gank on the bot side against Zaya, where you get the flash away from her, you get the kill on her as well, you get your Jinx fed up as well, is just showing you what this team can do. And the macro, very surprising, very good coming out from them, especially against like Syndicate, people who are experienced in the scene. Unfortunately, we're finding themselves a bit lacking. I like the Bush gameplays coming up towards the later parts of the game, especially in game one, which pretty much secured them. Once their foot is to the pedal, they don't give up on the gas. They are going all the way, and I'm just gonna hope to see everything because you have people like Itachi in that team, you Joda, you have people like the Void in that team, you have people like RD, you have people like Wonderbowl, and let's not forget Lean in the support role does phenomenally as well. He protects his support. He comes out with that Tarek pick in this game. Like we were like, it is something that's going to be crucial in these fights, and he definitely pulled out his ultimates at the correct times and protected his squad the way he needed to. It's unless the Jinx walks up too forward, like once at the Drake, once at the top tier 2. Other than that, did everything he can to save his ADC, and his ADC was there to dish out the damage, take them all the way. And even the last fight didn't count that much, given that Olaf was anyway just hammering away at the base. So avoid fantastic macro game sense coming in from him, and I just cannot wait to see what SUVO haters bring out in the future.
Yeah, I mean, I think I'm not really sure with the leaderboard if they're gonna be at position one after this win, or it's gonna be, they're gonna be on position two because they secured a clean win. I mean, even if they're, I think, on position one now, we're gonna see the next top teams just playing right after this, right? And TOK is not gonna go down easy. They're gonna steal back the top spot. They are gonna be on the top again. But I mean, I'll be very happy even to see that sewer haters are on top for now. But again, very well played. I think the team has shown synergy. The team has shown faith in each other, right? And even after picking a very aggressive comp, they were able to pull it, and get victory for the team.
Yeah, but till now, at least SUVO haters haven't been forced to face one of the top three teams, at least in my opinion, going to be S8UL, Kakao Gaming, Phoenix Ascension. You have faced Syndicate, but you haven't faced Revenant. So these are the kind of teams that they have to look forward to in their matchups against them. That will solidify if they are in contention for that top 4 spot, because this is where you will get most of your practice. Because unfortunately, Syndicates with a bit of poor showing for themselves, especially since this tournament has begun. Even week 1 was not that great of a showing, especially against Revenants. And unfortunately, after 2 games, have acquired 0 points, nil in the point counter for them right now, and they have to work for it. SUVO haters, one of the 2 teams, along with S8UL Esports, have the 6 points out of the first 2 games for them. So that's what shows that they are not dropping games. They are going pretty deep, and I really like how they are performing. They also have pretty nice champion pools that they can play around, as you've seen with the Tarek pick coming in, as you have seen with the Yorick pick coming in the jungle. Most teams playing against SUVO haters honestly try to ban out jungle options, but with a pool that like RD has, it's going to be a tough option. I think you have to just maybe target other ways. And Syndicate definitely have to go back to the drawing board, have to rethink what went wrong in these 2 first series for themselves. If they want any hopes of making it into the top 4, they have to get 3 points from their next series.
But I think there's still a long way to go. I mean, this tournament is not a small tournament. We have still a month that this tournament is gonna go. So I think team have time to practice. The only 2 games have ended till now, so the comebacks are still real. So I think till they practice, they work on their mistakes, they can secure those points for their team. There is still chances for Syndicate to come back into this tournament and secure the top 4 place. Nothing is lost, nothing is won. The This is still the early months of the tournament, and there's a long way to go. A lot more games to be played.
Definitely a lot more to go for their side, because you can see before that, Navoid, pretty much the MVP of the series. Abdo a bit for the side of Syndicate, but I think Syndicate a bit lacking. I think MVP could be given to multiple members also on the side of SUVO haters, because given how well it was synergized for them. But I think with he getting his solo kills the way he ended the last game, I think Navoid pretty good recipient for that. But guys, don't go anywhere. We have another best of 3 series coming up, and if you want to find out where that is, please don't go anywhere as we take this very short break.
Alright, yeah. 1, 2, 3, mic check, what's up? 2, 3 on my back is tug. Light years ahead, just call me Buzz. Hitting a shot and sink with the boys. I feel like Joel and be the process, yeah, I trust. Accolades got them swallowing the words, cause I know that they doubted us. Touch her, touch, can't touch this. I know they throwing that dirt on my name. When I check on my tag, it be spotless. Looking.
Alright guys, welcome back to Legends Ascent South Asia for the matchup between S8UL and PNX. I think that's going to be a pretty interesting one. This is Kaka alongside Madness, who casted the previous series as well. Do you want to speak about that previous series, Madness? I think that was a little bit surprising. At least that's what I thought when I saw the series. SUVO haters beating out Syndicate in a very convincing fashion. The games were close, except for maybe game one was quite one-sided, I would say. Second game was pretty close, but a great result for the side of SVH.
Yeah, like you're saying, a bit of a surprising result, given that most people, even in the YouTube chat, thought the favorites would be Syndicate in the matchup. But after SUVO haters put on such a dominating performance in game one, everyone flipped their opinions. Everyone's giving it over to the side of SUVO haters. But after that game, SUVO haters secure 6 out of 6 points in their first 2 games, 2 wins. Pretty much puts them in tie with S8UL Esports before their match up today. So they are now top 2 of the table. And as you can see with that Syndicate, unfortunately, in 2 games, that's 2 losses without even taking a game off in one of the best of 3 series. So they unfortunately have 0 points. And I didn't think we'd find Syndicate in such a fashion. I think at least maybe 1 game off of SUVO haters, even maybe both. But unfortunately, it didn't happen. But the matchup in front of you today is going to be PNX Ascension, the team from Sri Lanka, versus S8UL Esports, the team mostly from India, as we head off over to the draft.
Yeah, and let's get to the draft. Let's look at the players as well, right? Nero is starting today. Lotus isn't playing, so there could be some sort of bot lane shenanigans where Akshar decides to go bot lane instead of Nero. So let's see what happens there. But for the other side, the Ascension squad is quite stacked. All of them playing their main roles. Q2, the Shy Boy, Hydra, the top side of the map looking solid with Jana and Nishastic. Towards that bot side, let's go through the bans quickly. 2 top lane bans already, targeting RTO out heavily right now, and I think that's a great strategy to come in. S8UL banning the Akali and the Echo, so again targeting Q2's main channel. Apology for the delay, guys. We will be jumping back right into the champs select as we had left you guys hanging. And yeah, madness. We saw the first few picks come in, including the bans, right? The Renekton and the Mordekaiser from the side of RTU, just not getting to pick those champions. And from the other side, again, targeted bans coming towards Q2. That was the Akali and Echo. So it seems like we won't be seeing a lot of meta bans. Instead, we will be seeing these targeted bans throughout these sort of drafts, even in. It's only game 1, but even in game 2, I think that's exactly what's going to happen. So what do you make of that for now?
I think it's pretty obvious. Like, these guys know each other for so long. They know the exact champions that these guys like to play. They're going to target the lanes. I think the most pressure is going to come from, especially an Akali in Q2 hands is pretty deadly. He can run right later on, depending on the outcome. He does play a pretty mean Yone as well, so we'll maybe look out for that as maybe the third ban or something like that, or along those lines. But I don't think they're just going to target him. And I think this is a matchup, where S8UL has always come out on top against Phoenix Ascension. I don't think they've even dropped a game against Phoenix Ascension, no matter when it ends. These two teams have played. So S8UL will be looking to lock in the numbers, especially after a dominating performance against Kakao yesterday, in the last week. So they are looking very strong. They are looking very confident. And it's yet to be seen if any more role swaps comes. I think this is a team that doesn't usually go on that path. I think maybe Nero might be coming into the ADC role or something like that, because I don't think Sam is here today, and that's exactly what it's looking like. Let's see if Nero will be playing a traditional ADC or anything of this kind, because in the chat earlier on he had asked what ADC do I play, and someone had wrote Zeri, and he said yes, I'll definitely go for it. So let's see if that happens, Kaka.
Yeah, I wouldn't bite too much into that bait, honestly. Having said that, let's see if it does come true, right? But it looks like the Malphite is going to get banned. The Stylus is going to get banned as well. And instantly the Swain priority comes in for the side of PNX Ascension. Not too sure about that. The Seraphine is going to get logged in. So this draft is quite unpredictable, let's just say, to start off. The Karmite looks like it's going to get logged in as well. So not too sure what's happening. The Kindred. This is a very fast pick ban phase, by the way. These guys are just so sure about what they are going to pick, and it's getting logged in instantly. The Smolder comes in as an AD carry. I'm guessing a lot of scaling for the side of PNX Ascension, and I do think that's not too good, especially when you're playing against S8UL, who can stall out these games forever. You can already see the sort of wave clear that has come in for their team. The Rengar is going to get logged in for Infinity as well, so that's his main champion. He wants to play to counter the Kindred, and let's see how he shows up.
Yeah, and I don't think we've seen Rengar in quite a while, at least in play in the tournament, so I'm going to be happy to see how that goes in. I think the reason it was getting locked in so far is that's how far the draft had gone before, we had our errors on our side. But speaking about, second phase of banning has begun for both teams over here. They're waiting down the time. The Camille ban against Hydra. He does play a mean Camille. He does like to split push. Even in the last series earlier on today, we saw that Olaf with the split push ended the game for the side of SUVO Hydra. So it's always something that has to be in your minds. Hydra, Darius also ends up getting banned against him. It's going to be the Kiana ban against Catbot. But honestly, the Seraphine Karma picks look very interesting right now.
Yeah, we have seen Seraphine being played by S8UL, but it has mostly been Kratos who has piloted the champion. So maybe the new AD carry, we can call him, Nero, might decide to play that, and we see another top lane man coming in the form of Cassante. Kiana ban, so they don't really want to give him any sort of AD champions in the mid lane. Wouldn't be surprised to see the Hue ban come in, or Aatrox as well for the side of RTO. Yeah, just waiting for the ban to come in right now. Speaking of Rengar, actually, I have seen Black Infinity play multiple times. We do duo queue quite a lot, and he does like to pick up the Rengar whenever he can. It's one of his favorite champions. I mean, it is his most favorite champion, I should say. As we were speaking about the AD champions in the mid lane, looks like Tristana is going to come in for the side of Catbot / Nero, whoever decides to pick that up. Never mind, actually, the Volibear gets logged in instead. And now let's see what Hydra has, in his pocket to answer. I would really like a Jax pickup, honestly, against the Volibear, but it looks like they're going to opt in for the Ornn.
They definitely do go for that lock in The Orn comes out. That's pretty much going to be a swing mid, but it still can be flex support. Honestly, I want to see what Nisastic is going to go for his last pick over here. Last time we saw S8UL Esports played out, Catbot was the one who ended up going into the ADC role, and Nero was allowed to play mid for the team over there. So maybe some role swaps come out, but it's going to be the Diana getting locked in for the Q2 in the middle lane. Yes, that definitely is going to signal that this is going to be a Swain support. Any thoughts about Swain support in the current meta at least?
I don't think it's a good pick at all, honestly. I think there's just so many better champions. Even the Karma, all these champions are just going to do so much better in the current state. So I'm not a big fan of Swain support coming in. Maybe Nisastic has something else to tell us. But the draft from PNX Ascension, I'm not a big fan. I think it's too much scaling against a side who are just better, at these sort of team fights and late games. So I don't think I would be picking like that. I would go for some, more early game. I don't think Kindred has any lane that she can play around. Maybe Diana, but Tristana will be very comfortable. Playing against that can always just buffer your W and jump out. We did see Catbot play the Tristana in the previous series against Kakao. I'm sure it was in the second game where he was playing the Tristana bottom alongside Lulu, I think it was. So no stranger to that champion is Catbot. And yeah, just in terms of draft, I think S8UL have their favorite champions coming in. They have a lot of CC as well. I think they have a lot of shields and heals to buff up the Tristana, to buff up the Rengar as well. And from the side of PNX, again, they are going to wait for Janna to get to his 225 stacks. And I just fear for them that the game might, be over by then.
Yeah, especially against a team like S8UL Esports, you don't want to get, the late game kind of champions, because the game usually ends before that mark. You're not going to get an easy path towards that point, because S8UL Esports like to assure dominance, especially with Infi going to be on the stringer, is going to be looking to accelerate really, really fast ahead. I think this is probably Catbot going bot side and Nero going to end up playing Seraphine mid. I don't know, it's just looking like a jumble, at least in terms of what they want to do. But
I don't think so. I don't think so.
You don't think so? Okay, that's interesting. But
no,
Kindred going to take some scaling. And like you said, even I do not like the Swain pick as a support over here. There are so many better options to pick up from. But when I had talked to Nishastic before as well, he says that he likes to play aggressive. Like his favorite support is Xerath support. So maybe it's up to this man to play, off meta supports in his own lane. Let's see how it goes. I think this is going to be his first appearance in Legends Ascent, because until now he's not been subbed in. So we're going to have to be keeping an eye out for how this goes out. But draft wise, S8UL Esports look strong, so do Phoenix Ascent, but still a lot of late game. You have to buy so much time. And Phoenix Ascension is a team that likes to play it slowly and build up to that point, but S8UL Esports is not. They are the ones who are going to try to dictate how this game goes, and Phoenix Ascension are going to be on the back foot for a lot earlier on in this game.
Yeah, that's what I feel as well. And again, just touching on the Swain, like I don't think it's a first pick worthy pick, especially on blue side. So, like, again, not too sure about that. Maybe Nisastic can again perform out of his mind and show us why it's such a good pick. Maybe it was to deny the pick from Nero. We have seen him play Swain before in the bot lane, and to be honest, it was one of his better games as well. Like he was dominating the bot lane 1v2s and whatnot. So maybe that's the thought process behind picking that champion. But a lot of scaling, and we just hope that PNX Ascension can manage to go towards that 40-50 minutes marker, because if they can't, this is going to be a very short game for their side, and we would be looking at a very quick series as well.
Mind you guys, it is S8UL Esports with all 6 points out of the 6 for their first, but unfortunately PNX ended up dropping a game in the best of 3 series against Poor Patrol. So it is a bit of a tough time for themselves. They have given up games, so they haven't got that entire first 3 points they got from their win. They only have 2. So they're also a bit on the back foot compared to a lot of these teams as well, who are just generating the points day by day and going in. And they have one of the toughest opponents they will have in this tournament right about now coming up against them. Mind you, this team Phoenix Ascension has never beaten S8UL in the past when they were known as Asterix, when they were known as TFK. They haven't beaten them. They haven't made them drop a game as well. So that's a statement coming into this. And hopefully history won't repeat. Hopefully they put up a better fight, and hopefully they've done their homework and they have come into this with a certain type of game plan, because the late game scaling maybe is not what should it be. But hey, it's up to what these guys do on the Rift. It's up to how they want to perform, because Phoenix Ascension is one of the teams with the better macros coming in to the game, because they like to play as synergized as a team, because individually maybe not some of the best players there, but team wise when they get together the cohesion is enough that it brings them onto that top level.
Yeah, and I think against S8UL, I think the best strategy that you can find is, maybe just take one game off them, take that 1 point away from them, and take it for yourself. I think that's the best case scenario. Honestly, you lose the series 2-1, but at least you have one game and 1 point for yourself, and that game has to count, right? You have to surprise the opponent, because S8UL have seen all of these shenanigans. I mean, they have gone to like 5 games against Kakao Gaming where 4 of those players were changing roles every game. So I don't know how you even surprise such sort of opponent, but I think that's what the winning strategy, or at least losing less strategy should be from any of these teams. And having said that, yeah, PNX does have a good macro game coming in. Maybe not the best players, as you said, but they do their jobs, and they are a better team than the sum of its parts. So let's see if they can pull off this victory, or at least make it competitive, because I really do think, and we might be sounding a bit negative towards the Sri Lankan squad, but they are in for a very, very long game, or a short game. I mean, depending on how S8UL wants to play.
And reminder, guys, during the qualifiers, it's going to be S8UL Esports who came as the number 1 seed from qualifier 1, while PNX, unfortunately, were number 3 in that very same qualifier. So already these teams have battled out during qualifier stages, and unfortunately, that's also where S8UL Esports did come up on top for the side of PNX. But without any further ado, guys, week 2, day 1, second best of 3 series between Phoenix Ascension and S8UL Esports. Phoenix Ascension on the blue side, S8UL Esports on the right. As we make our way down, it's going to be Nero on that Seraphine as the APC for his team. It's going to be Kratos piloting the Karma for him, and Catbot going to be playing against Q2's Diana as while piloting that Tristana for him. So, and talk to me a bit more about Infi and how he plays when he's playing on Rengar over here, Kaka.
I think he's just very aggressive. He knows his timings, his windows, when his champion is strong, and you're gonna see him just farm it up for the first few minutes, and then once he's level 6, once he's level 7, and he has those bola stacks, you will see him wreaking havoc on the Rift. I'm pretty sure about that he might get the MVP even before the game has started, just because of the comfort that he has on that champion. Yeah, and having said that, I do like what Q2 is doing right now. He has got, chosen the electrocute for himself, the ignite. So he wants to win the lane. He does not want to go even in this lane. And I really like that because you don't want to try to go even against players and a team that is, essentially undefeated throughout all of these tournaments.
Definitely, you don't want to have it. And already the Q landing, the bone plating getting exchanged from both members over there. RTO and Hydra exchanging blows in the top side. There's nothing new between them. They have faced it time and time again. I think the only difference between the matchups they've had before is that Nero will be as the APC over here, because I think Sam is unavailable. He comes in from RTO. He's trying to just push in this way. That's going to have a hard time for Ornn to farm it down. Hopefully he doesn't miss out some CS. Nice passive coming in. He gets pretty much everything he needs. Only misses his 1 CS in those. Janna already on the back foot. Nice Q poke in. Nice Seraphine's abilities landing on Janna at only 200 HP right now. So a lot of poke going to be coming out against PNX, especially when you're playing against Nero and Kratos, who are landing each and every single spell.
Yeah, I mean, that's just painful to watch as well. Smolder already has to recall. Look at his HP blinking bar. But fortunately for him, he does have the TP for himself. Q2 burning the flash actually might get first blood here. And that is beautiful. But it's going to be a trade, unfortunately, for him, because he did dive pretty deep. The wave is not as good for him. And Catbot has TP. So what looks like a good play from the side of Q2. His death means that it's not going to be that great. Hydra ends up going down as well. RTO showing us why he picked the Volibear blind and why he's so confident on that champion. So essentially all three lanes for the side of S8UL already doing a lot of work, as Tristana actually not even going to burn her TP, to just walks into the lane. And look at the wave state. Right, 12 CS, 5 CS already up for the side of Catbot, and he's going to pick up a massive wave for himself. So he did die for first blood, but I don't think that was any sort of advantage for the side of Q2 and PNX.
Well, definitely. We've seen a lot of times when the Tristana's also piloted mid, press the attack. But he said, Catbot, just W leaps forward into Q2. Here is Infi on the side, but he does have the Shyboy close by. I think it stops the exchange when the Shyboy gets picked. But he has to take on the bot side, which is the ignite from the Karma, gets up dying. Q2 is alone. Q2 is dead. Infi now having to run for the hills. One more auto from the Shyboy might be it, but no. Shyboy is now left alone. No, what is that coming in from the Kindred? A double kill picked by Catbot, and he's one of the players you don't want to give these kills and you don't want to accelerate, because he will run away with the matchup. And already within 4 minutes and 10 seconds, 6 kills in the game.
6 kills and a 2000 goal lead already at 4 minutes for the side of S8UL. And I think this game is already done, unfortunately. 9 CS to 21. Let's look at the replay and what went down. The Shyboy flashes into finish. Infi cannot reach him, unfortunately. Ends up going down. RTO's there as well to support his team. And yeah, 2 kills onto the Tristana right there. And I think that's 3 kills actually onto the Tristana. And I think Catbot is just going to have so much fun in this game. Has the Berserker's Greaves and a longsword for himself, as RTO looks for another trade towards the top side. Hydra has to headbutt away from this, but look at his HP. He's going so low. And maybe Infinity can decide to dive this guy here. Maybe he doesn't, but again, RTO is just doing a phenomenal job in his lonesome towards this top side of the map.
Yeah, and complete pressure being put onto Hydra. Mind you guys, this was the blind pick Volibear, and he does go in, but no, the dive doesn't happen. The nice shield from the E prevents RT from falling. He's still going to be chasing Hydra over here. He does bite once with the frenzy, and nice spacing. Needs one only turret shot, gets out, and that's RTO with a second solo bolo onto the Ornn top side. And Hydra, a disastrous start to the game.
Oh yeah, I mean, you can't speak about how bad it is for all 3 lanes. Actually has been solo killed from the side of PNX. So I think this is just very unfortunate, as RTO, look at that, look to dive, gets the shield, survives, and then again goes back in, finishes him with 2 auto attacks, and that was it for the side of Hydra. And I think he will struggle to get back into the game as well, on top of the Dyna, on top of the Kindred, and the bot lane as well, who's just so far behind, as Infi, it looks like he's looking for another gang towards the bot side of the map. Catbot just going to jump in, not scared of the Dyna anymore, as the Kindred is going to come around, but he has the reset on the jump, so I don't think he is in too much trouble right there, as another trade is happening towards the top side of the map. Catbot just very happy to 2v1 the situation, as Infi is around, is going to start the dragon, it seems like. And yeah, full pressure for all the lanes, and RTO is going to get another solo kill onto Hydra. And I am not sure what Hydra is trying to do now. You can't fight the bear.
You definitely can't. The ego from Hydra coming in at this point, because it's hurting his ego given how much he's going for these exchanges. RTO sets it up beautifully. Here comes the nice E. You get the shield. You get so much damage onto Hydra over there. And unfortunately, or not paying out. In the meantime, Infi picks up the first Drake of the game. There's going to be a hashtag Drake going over to the side of S8UL Esports. 4 kills for Catbot right now as well. And this man is very happy. Shyboy is close by. He wants to maybe jump in onto Nero. He's going to walk in through lane otherwise. But can Nisastic prevent Kratos from going away? Kratos in a bit of a rough spot. The ultimate coming out from Nero prevents that. Here comes Infi with his own ultimate. Jumps, instantly neutralizing the opponent jungler. An excellent counter coming in from S8UL Esports.
Yeah, I don't think the action's over though. I think Janna might end up going down as well, as the dive is being set up. Nisastic still not level 6, so I think that's pretty bad for him. Let's see if they can cancel the Smolder recall. They're trying to do that, but he's going to end up recalling. Infi might pick up this kill right here. The TP is going to come in. I think that's a very bad TP from the side of Smolder if S8UL decides to dive, but no, they're not going to do so, as the RTU looks for another trade, burns out the on horn, and again looking just so comfortable. And look at the shutdown bounties that have already come in. 200, 200 and 250 for the top side of S8UL, as they are now almost 5,000 gold ahead at 8 minutes.
8 minutes and a 5k difference is huge, and that shows you how every single lane is winning. And as you can see, only Nero is the one who's not picked up a kill for himself, but in the bot side, a nice ultimate comes out from him. He locks up the Shy Boy in place. Here comes Itfi, but inside, here goes Diana. He's going right into Cat, but the W provides a lot of it. He's going to get a reset, but instead chooses to flash away. W's back towards the turret. That's going to be a kill picked up onto Q2. That's going to be another kill for Catbot, and he is very, very happy about this situation. Jastic, unfortunately, with this Swain pick just not coming out on top of how we wanted. Q2, look at this. He thinks that he's ahead because Catbot has W'd for it. He goes in, but Catbot gets a reset. His explosive charge does connect. Q2 pops his ultimate, but Catbot just pops out of it. And that just means that Q2's most damage won't even connect with Lil Yordle from S8UL. And that's going to be Catbot asserting dominance. This is the kind of Catbot that we love to see, the dominating Catbot in the mid lane. Because unfortunately, last series when he played, he ended up going down quite a bit earlier on. But other than that, he did make a good comeback. But this early lane dominance is what we expect from Catbot, one of the best mid laners in South Asia. And that's what he's putting on for a treat. Unfortunately, on the brunt side of it, it's going to be the Diana. Oh, ult from the Seraphine completely whiffs. Nice sidestep from Janna, but instead root lands on this. He's going very low, he ends up going down. Catbot is a dominating 6 kills to his name, Soul Infinity. We get another kill. The reset allows Catbot to jump over onto the Shy Boy. Shy Boy might have to pop the ult just to survive. A couple more autos might be enough. Last auto comes in, but yes, that's the ultimate popped by the Kindred just to survive. Kratos is waiting on this side, flashes over the Q, doesn't let Kratos. That's a big misstep. A lot of pings coming in from Catbot for his support, but Kratos, my god, what are we doing now? It looks like S8UL are just having fun at this point. On the top side, Volibear instantly jumps up onto the Ornn, locks down the turret, hits another frenzy, big chomp, and there's Ornn gonna see the gray screen for the 4th time. Unfortunately, not at all looking good for PNX Ascension. 14 kills for S8UL Esports to the 2 for PNX Ascension. Gold wise is going to around 5.5k right now. Catbot is 6-1-1. Infi is 3-0-3. RTO is 4-0-1. Legit, every single lane is winning in CS, is winning in terms of kills, and Nero's still doing a fantastic job bot side. Unfortunately, his ultimate did not connect on Janna the last time we saw him, but Kratos, a bit overzealous the way he just flashed in, thinking that he can get out. Maybe just not anticipating the heal that comes out from the Kindred realm once it finishes. Because even if his Q for nice, I don't think he ends up picking up the kill the currently state that he's in. But Catbot still dominating mid side. Nero gets pulled underneath turret, but Shy Boy cannot be going from this side. I don't think Shy Boy is being of much util, because look at the wards coming in from the bot side of S8UL.
Yeah, look at the CS difference as well from all these sides right now, as Catbot again just having a free lane, and that's he might get a solo kill right here actually, never mind.
Ooh.
Okay, I think that was a bit of a mistake from the side of Catbot actually, not anticipating the damage as Infi comes in and he makes yet another mistake right there. Is not able to finish up the Diana, who had her shield up. Meanwhile, RTO is just dominating this matchup right now, Madness. He is diving between two turrets as we see another fight in the bot side, and we finally see why the Swain was picked up.
Yeah, the amount of damage coming into Kratos. The binding, he connects, he does get rooted in place, but That's a Swain. There's not much running you can do from it. That's going to be Nishastic picking up the kill. Now, yes, like you said, the Swain coming a bit online. We did see Nero hit a nice ultimate, but the mother from Janna was already called before that. So anytime they were standing there, the damage is still coming in from the smaller. You can see how much it's going. You just see in the instant replay over here how it gets locked up. You can see RTO was just dominating top side, and now we'll pan to the bot side very, very shortly in this fight. You can see Janna's going to be walking. Kratos comes in. Here comes the root movie. Ultimate comes in, but not before Mother goes out. That's going to be Nishastic picking up 1. That's going to be Nishastic picking up 2 for his troubles. And I think when you were just not here, Kaka, the Q from Kratos, he had just flashed into the tier 2 top side to try and get a kill on the Kindred. And that's where the mistakes started coming. And they're slightly snowballing, at least in terms of mistakes. I think it's a bit more overconfidence as it will, especially with Janna walking up so close over here. I don't know what Kratos thinks he is doing. That's going to be Diana assassinating the Seraphine. Infi going to be running away. He tries to get the counter kill. The trade, he does pick it up onto YouTube before he gets out of there.
Yeah, a fortunate trade for the side of Black Infinity there, as I'm not too sure what Kratos is trying to do, walking up alone so far up. Maybe the overconfidence, as you said, has started to kick in a bit. And Q2 as well, you know, getting that kill onto the Seraphine. And I do feel they need some sort of anti-heal now to deal with the Swain, to deal with the Kindred as well, it must be said. But you know, the goal difference has not changed at all. If anything, I think it just keeps on increasing for the side of S8UL, as they are now more than 5,000 gold ahead at 14 minutes. And we were speaking about Black Infinity and his Rengar, and now we see it in action as well. 4-0 and 3, so the highest skill participation, tied with this with his mid laner and the support as well. Is going to go back, picks up the Tiamat for himself. So I think he's just looking very comfortable, as Catbot is going to assassinate Janna from behind the turret. The Kindred is coming here, but the Buster Shot is available, so I don't think he's in too much trouble if he decides to use it. He just used it so late. I think you can just use it as the Kindred jumps in.
Exactly, just use it there. Why are we trying to save it for ourselves? But unfortunately, no. It's going to be RTO again, asserting dominance top side, picks up the kill onto Ornn. That's, I don't know which number solo kill that he's picked up for himself. Bot side here, Catbot just has to Buster Shot him much earlier, even before he hops away. You Buster Shot and W away, there's no chance of Shy Boy catching up to you. But unfortunately, we give it over. That's going to be the Ornn dying for the 5th time. The turret being picked up by RTO. And the dominance gets a bit of a top diff right now. I think we can say that assuredly. Unfortunately for Hydra, this Ornn pick just not working out. Rest of the time, S8UL domination, interval, jungle, anything that's come up, they pick 3 Garbs, 2 Drakes, and a Rift Herald. And this is why they are known as the top dogs of the season.
Yeah, I think you're just being nice when you say it's a bit of a top diff, because there has been almost 5 solo kills. I think there has been 5 solo kills towards that top side of the map. So I don't think it's just a little bit of a difference, as Catbot is going to get engaged on, has the reset, but Q2 is going to find that kill once again, getting soloed. So I think that's another second or maybe the 3rd solo kill for Q2 towards Catbot, who's just being a bit disrespectful right about now. Not used, you know, does not have his ultimate, walks up too far up and ends up dying for his troubles. But still, you know, the relentless pursuit keeps on going for the side of S8UL, as they are now 7,000 gold ahead, are pushing all 3 lanes together. No objectives on the map, as it has all been picked up for the side of S8UL. And yeah, man, RTO is just on something tonight for sure. Dealing so much damage, has 2 items completed already, the phase drive and the Rift Maker, and is going to fight again. And I don't think Shy Boy possesses any sort of threat to this bear, who still has his ultimate up. Look at him, he's just ignoring the Kindred right there. Hydra has to burn his flash to get away, but RTO still has his ultimate, is going to use it, finishes up Hydra, is going to kill the Shy Boy as well. I'm just waiting to see the sort of healing that comes in. Never mind, does not even need to do that, as he flashes in, finishes the poor Kindred off as Infinity comes in towards the mid side, and it's the worst. Well, it is the sort of nightmare for all the solo queue players when a Fed Rengar jumps on you, and unfortunately Janna has to go through that trauma once again. but this time in a competitive game.
Yeah, and there's nothing that you can do as a smolder. There was that trigger so fed. Once you hear the roar, you're pretty much dead. Nisastic ends up going down. That's going to be RTO going legendary in this side. He's 801, gets another charge off on the Rift Herald. The tier 2 is already down the top side. Gonna hit against the tier 3 over here. Gets some damage there, but this is the turrets that end up healing. Drake gonna be coming up in 30 seconds. That's where S8UL should be putting it up or looking for. But look at how fed Rengar is. Look at how fed Volibear is. Unfortunately, Catbot I think would have been much more fair if he didn't, go for overzealous plays a bit, just disrespecting Q2 and Q2 making him pay for those, because Catbot still doesn't, at 741 at 80 bits, not up to the Infinity Edge. Almost has most components, not the pickaxe and the final goal needed. But Nero's just not going to let Shyboy even live in his own jungle. Kratos is close by. The Q lets the ultimate dodge by Shyboy, but Infi is close by. Nishastic can't do anything. This Rengar is gonna cause the members of PNX Ascension to have nightmares tonight.
Yeah, 100%. There's almost. I mean, look at the goal difference. I know I have spoken about it a lot, but every time you look at it, it extends by like 2,000-3,000 as Catbot is able to secure the kill onto Q2 with the help of Kratos right there to shield his AD carry. So that's essentially 3 members dead from the side of PNX in different areas of the map. The tier 2 turret might end up going down here if they decide to take it. The dragon goes down. The Rengar is towards the bot side of the map, is going to pick up the red buff for himself. And look at the top side of the map. No one wants to mess with the Volibear right now, who is so fed, is pushing the tier 3 turret towards the top side. Nisastic is just going to melt, and Shy Boy follows as well as the tier 3 turret is picked up towards the top side. And this is just a domination from the side of S8UL. This was never a close game from minute 1, and it's just good to watch from the side of S8UL, but for the side of PNX, I think this is a horror show. Meanwhile, towards the bot side, I think again the inhib is going to go down. I think we are looking at the end of the game, I'm sure, pretty soon. And yeah, this is just a painful watch, guys. The bot inhib goes down, the mid inhib goes down, sub 20 minutes. The top inhib is going to go down as well as the on ultimate comes in to spare some blushes with the mom called from the side of Smolder as well, but I don't think it's going to make a lot of difference as Nero is able to pick up the kill onto Nisastic. RTO is going to disable the turrets. Catbot survives with the help of the shields. And yeah, I think this is going to be game pretty soon. They want to end this game, but I don't think they can. They are going to go back, they reset, pick up the items. As you can already see, 3 items completed onto Black Infinity, 3 items almost completed for the Volibear, 2 for the Tristana, and yeah, this is S8UL for you.
This is the domination that is associated with this name, with this team, and it's always there on for show. A 20-minute open, pretty much base. Only the Nexus turrets are the ones left standing for PNX right now, and PNX, like we said, with the scaling comp, with a comp like this, you cannot be on the back foot, and they are so far behind. Hydra having a disaster top side, Q2 having a disaster against Catbot as well, or Catbot threw it a bit later on, but bot side, Nisastic, this Swain pick, he did okay later on, but earlier on ends up giving a free kill for himself, and it's a bit hard over here because it doesn't even look like they want to wait for Baron. They just want to go for the end from the side of S8UL.
Yeah, I mean, why do you need to wait for Baron, right? You already have so many buffed up minions coming in. The enemy team does not have any sort of wave clear with the Dynamite coming in the draft as well. So I don't think PNX have the tools to stall this onslaught from the side of S8UL, and this is going to be a very, very quick game, maybe the quickest game of the tournament so far from the side of S8UL. If they can end in the next 1 or 2 minutes, and I mean, the Volibear can just jump in and disable the turrets as well. That's exactly what he's going to do, actually, as we say that Janna has to flash away. The on ultimate comes in, misses completely. Mom comes in, heals the Smolder. I think that's the best use of that ultimate right now, as double kill is picked up from the side of Kratos. Catbot just jumps in to die there. And yeah, this was a very, very quick game from the side of S8UL.
Quick game is a bit of an understatement given how fast this has finished. 3 inhibs down at the 20-minute mark. A dominant performance from S8UL Esports right here. That sets the precedent for this entire series about how it's going to go. I think maybe rework a bit of your draft on the side of PNX. I don't think Nisastic's going to be allowed to play his off-meta champions given the amount of pressure being felt. Once you're against a Seraphine, a Kratos bot side, you're just going to get so much poked in as the Smolder. It's very hard to farm as well. And just domination all around coming in. RTO on this Volibear was a monster top side. Hydra has to think a bit about his champion pool moving forward because the Ornn does not work in this scenario, especially once you're against RTO. And once you're a bit behind, you don't keep on going for those exchanges. He kept on giving kills after kills to the top laner of S8UL Esports, and that's always going to be a back point. But this is going to be S8UL Esports taking the series into game 2, being 1-0 up in this best of 3, and Phoenix Ascension left scrambling to think about what went wrong.
I mean, from the side of PNX, where do you even start about what went wrong? The draft was not as good. I do think that was, a very bad draft coming in. The random champions picked up, and especially against the best team in the region, you cannot hope that you are going to see the late game, especially against such talented players, and especially if you lose your lanes like that. Hydra, I mean, I don't think we have seen him getting smashed against any player like that. Almost 4 or 5 solo kills towards the top lane, mid lane as well. I think Q2 did fine, but the advantage was towards the side of Cat bot. And in the bot lane, so there were solo kills in every lane, and the early skirmish sets Infi up for the Rengar display that had come in. The nightmare, as we talk about, just one-shotting these carries, and this was never a close game since even since the draft, I would say. But once you go into the game, since minute 1 when the solo kills are traded, I think that the game was over essentially back then.
Yeah, it did seem like it, especially with the combo of the Ornn and Volibear top. Ornn kept on going in for the fights even when he was on the weaker end, and I don't honestly know what was going through Hydra's head. Maybe a bit of mental boom from his side, but like you said, never seen Hydra fall so far behind against, especially so high up in a competition, and that just shows the metal that RTO has, right? Just how good a top laner he is. If he's not on the back foot, he gets that advantage, he presses forward, snowballs pretty much out of control. Infi on the Rengar was popping people left and right. He was basically a one-shot machine on this kitty cat, and that's exactly what he went for. I like the switch up of Catbot going for Tristana mid, Nero going for the Seraphine bot side. They were doing a lot of the pokes. Couple of the Seraphine ultimates not hitting early on, but I don't think that matters given the grand scheme of things for the side of S8UL Esports, because, like you said, domination coming out against a team that was technically top 3 in this competition given their standings from qualifier, and that just shows you how much of a beast and titan S8UL Esports is, and how hard it's going to be to even try and snatch 1 point away from such a dominating side.
Yeah, I think it's just going to be really hard, and as we spoke earlier, right, teams do need to set up differently. You can't expect to go towards the late game. That's just not going to happen. As we look at this very one-sided scoreboard right here, almost 20,000 goal lead for the side of S8UL, 11 turrets to 0, 3 dragons to nothing. I mean, there's a lot of zeros on the side of PNX, and that was the game, right? This is one of the quickest games as well. And it just how it turned out to be. It's just PNX, I fear for them, because this sort of game, crushes your mental as well, and we will have to see how they feel in that game too. But they have to start drafting better. SYN first pick has no objective whatsoever. Even if it's your favorite pick, you can't just pick it and hope that it's going to work out against the best team in the region.
Yeah, I don't think first pick is what you want to be doing with that SWAN, even if you're going to have it. And like you said, something that cannot be done against a team like S8UL Esports. And one of the main reasons is going to be this man who was piloting the Volibear, the big bad bear in the top side. 8 0-5 S8UL RDO with a dominating performance made Hydra look like a bit of a chump in this scenario, at least, because it was such a dominating lane that he was pretty much going for solo. 5 solo kills back to back is something a bit of an unprecedented, especially at this high level of play. The 1170 damage per minute, 8.6 CS, but honestly this Volibear is going to have a bit of going to cause a bit of nightmares for Hydra, and I don't think we're going to get to see RTO playing this anytime soon because of the dominant performance he had.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, we could have given it to Black Infinity as well. He had a deathless game. He had more kill participation as well. But if as a solo laner you kill your opponent 5 times in lane, I don't think there's too much debate around it. But that was game 1, guys. We will be back shortly for game 2, and let's see if S8UL can continue their domination in Legends Ascend.
Guys, welcome back to League of Legends, Legends Ascent South Asia. We are in week 2, day 1 in the second BO3 series. The BO3 series is between S8UL Esports and PNX Ascension, and I think it's fair to say S8UL Esports took game 1 in a pretty dominating fashion, ending it very, very early, one of the fastest games we've had, and honestly a lot of work from the boys from Sri Lanka right now to try and maybe snatch a point away or maybe try to go for mini reverse sweep, because S8UL Esports are not going to make it at all easy for them.
Yeah, I don't think they're gonna make it easy for them at all. And as you rightly said, so like that was one of the fastest games for sure. Calling it dominant, I think, is an understatement. I think that was just a whitewash from minute 1. For the side of PNX. So it is quite unfortunate, but we need to see some changes coming out from their side. The big ban phase was really not as great as we would have liked to see as we look at the matchup right now. And of course, PNX now going 0-1 down. Let's see what they have, any sort of pocket picks up their sleeves, because the Echo was banned. The Akali was banned. The Dyna was picked up, but it didn't work out too well for the side of PNX. So we'll just have to see if they can surprise S8UL. Having said that, no team has done that so far, which is taking games away from S8UL except for Kakao.
Like you rightfully said, only Kakao, the only ones to make S8UL Esports drop games, and that's also in a best of 5 series. Yes, last week we had S8UL Esports against Kakao, but S8UL Esports took that series 2-0, so they are looking to keep their domination. It's going to be them on the blue side now. They have first pick, and PNX Ascension honestly had to pick up the pace during these matches, because you're against a fast-playing team like S8UL Esports. You have to try and match it a bit, otherwise you're going to be left too far behind in the dust. Exactly what happened last game. But to start off the second draft, the Akali ban yet again against Q2. They'd like to target him quite a fair bit over here. It's going to be PNX Ascension targeting RTO instead, as they did in draft 1, with the Renekton ban that follows, probably an Aatrox ban as well, or the Mord, because these are the kind of picks that RTO looks to dominate. And I think Hydra has to buck up, has to have a better performance, at least compared to game 1, because otherwise it's going to be the RTO show alongside the S8UL show, and that's something that cannot be allowed if you want to pick up points in a tournament with a leaderboard like this. But it's going to be Mord ban for PNX, it's going to be the Echo ban for S8UL Esports, so no difference, at least so far in the draft.
Yeah, nothing has changed so far in the draft, yeah, I mean, that's the beauty of Fearless as well. I think you don't need to ban out the same champions if they get picked. You don't have to mess around with them at all. So not a lot of changes. The Camille is a change, however. It gets banned this time around in the first draft phase, and the Silas follows suit. And now let's see what the first pick is going to be for the side of S8UL. Wouldn't be surprised if Infi wants to play out his Karthus in this one.
Yeah, interesting. Karthus not banned against him that we've been seeing, especially in the last series where Kakao were banning quite a bit against S8UL Esports. Let's see what they want to go for their first. Last time PNX had first choice, they went for the SYN, didn't pan out at all they wanted, but it's going to be the Rakan getting first pick for Kratos for S8UL Esports, and I think that is not the pick that they wanted. I think that is just going to be the delay of that they couldn't get a pick, and that's what locked in. So guys, I don't think that Rakan was picked up for them. I think it's going to be a different, because honestly I don't see Kratos want to be locking that at least first pick for the side of S8UL Esports.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I don't mind it. I think it is a good first pick. You can always pair up the Xayah or deny it, but it looks like none of these guys wanted to pick up their champs first, or with some sort of miscommunication happening there. So we will be jumping back right into the draft, and hopefully we'll see a different first pick coming in for the side of S8UL, as they clearly not look too comfortable picking up the Rakan.
Yeah, I think pretty much when you go back in the draft, bans will be the same, but I think we can ignore the first pick that will be coming out over here, because honestly a different variety, not bad, but Kratos is pretty fine playing legit anything that you give it to him, because that's how this man is formed. He used to be the stable, engaged support, but now with enchanters coming up, bring up his pool, playing it phenomenally, especially sometimes with T-Bear in the bot side. They bring out the Milio Vayne, these kind of combos come up for him, and it's going to be interesting to see how they want to proceed. But until now, I think it's just going to be the same bans so far. Like you said, very importantly, Camille banned out in first rotation of banning gear instead of the second, so that could be an interesting inkling about what pick might be coming out for S8UL Esports. And I think Hydra has put a lot of pressure on him, especially after a game like that in such a high anticipated, high octane series. He has to come a bit alive. They have to play again as a unit. Because whenever I've seen Phoenix Ascension games, they like to take their time to get to the point where they can end games, even if they are fairly ahead. You see, they go to past the 30-minute mark on a pretty much average notice. So I don't think that's the kind of strategy they can come into against a team like S8UL Esports.
Yeah, I don't think you can afford to do that. As we saw in the last game, I think that's a perfect example. You can't play for late game against S8UL because they will end the game early, and that's exactly what happened. 22 minutes and 21 seconds was the game timer as well. Far below the average time of any League of Legends game, honestly. And that's exactly what's going to happen. So let's see if PNX have some sort of early pickups coming in for themselves. And as you rightly touched on Hydra as well, I don't think he can afford to perform like that yet again. You cannot die so many times to the enemy top laner. But having said that, guys, as we rearrange the draft and recreate it, we will be taking a short break. We'll be back very soon, so stick around.
Alright, yeah. 1, 2, 3, mic check, what's up? 2, 3 on my back, it's up. Light years ahead, just call me Buzz. Hitting a shot and sync with the boys. I feel like Joel and be the process, yeah, I trust. Accolades got them swallowing the words, cause I know that they doubted us. Touch, can't touch this. I know they throwing that dirt on my name. When I check on my tag, it be spotless. Look in the mirror and snap my fingers and point like you know you got this. Winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man. Who gon' stop this? No one. Give it all they got. I'm going to the top. I'm moving in. Right on the way to the top. Right on the way to the top. Right on the way to the top. Right on the way to the top.
Guys, we are back with League of Legends Ascent South Asia after that very short break. Last we saw us, we were in Game 2's draft. The bans were done. The pick, maybe the first pick, the Rakan, not going to be that once we head back into the draft game. But already you can see pretty similar bans compared to Game 1, except for maybe that Camille over there. And RTO being targeted quite heavily did not pay any dividends in Game 1 for the side of Phoenix Ascension.
Yeah, nothing whatsoever. I think it turned out it was a disaster in the top side of the map. You focus RTO's champions down, but you leave one open, and that's what happens. Like, you die 5 times against him. I think that's unacceptable. Having said that, yeah, I think you have to ban him how to have a chance against S8UL, because he is the one that does not play as many champions, but the ones he does, I mean, he showed levels in that previous game. So I'm not too sure if that's a great strategy as well, trying to ban out RTO. Meanwhile, on the other side, you ban out the Akali, you ban out Echo, and you do hinder Q2 somewhat, as the Mel first pick is going to come in answered by the Ashe actually towards that bot side of the map. I do think the Mel is going to be the AD carry, or you can call it AP carry, towards that bot side of the map as well. So it's a good pickup, especially against Ashe. You can always deflect the arrow as well. So don't like the Ashe pickup as much, honestly, with the Braum again blind. So Kratos and Nero, I think they're going to have a lot of fun towards that bot side of the map yet again.
Yeah, Nash, as you know, a bit of an immobile ADC that Infi will very rightfully try to punish with the Jarvan pickup for himself. He's already played his favorite Rengar. Now he's playing pretty much his second favorite, which is going to be the Jarvan for himself. And he's locked that in. It looks like S8UL Esports mean complete business. They want to take this completely done with the 2-0 and in fast fashion, because I don't think, like you said, the Ashe Braum first two picks makes it a lot of counter available for the side of S8UL Esports.
Yeah, 100%. And again, we have spoken about the Jarvan for Infi, I think way too many times, I think. And it's just a great pickup against the Ashe. You burn out the flash, you have 5 minutes to play around it, as the Shy Boy is going to lock in his Zyra. We have seen him play the Zyra before as well. It is one of his better champions. Likes to play it. Again, has a very nice early jungle flare on the Zyra as well. So I think that's going to help out PNX in their pursuit to take at least one game off S8UL as we jump into the second ban phase. And yet again, the Kiana is going to see the ban phase.
Yeah, so Catbot not going to be allowed to play that whatsoever. Let's see what S8UL Esports think can harm their comp, at least moving forward in this draft, as they bite down and take their time. That's left to pick for Phoenix Ascension is their top and mid right now. For the side of S8UL, pretty much the same, given that we pretty much understand that Mel's going in Nero's hands. Kratos definitely will be piloting that Nami, and the Jax ban against Hydra comes in over here. We did anticipate maybe a Jax coming instead of the Ornn last game, but unfortunately did not show up. Might have actually helped him out against Volibear, but this time no Jax allowed for Phoenix Ascension as they ponder their last ban right about now. Who do they still want to target? Will it continuously be the mid target? Because that's all their bans are up till now. It's 2 top bans, 2 mid bans. Silas is flexible top side as well. But it's going to be the same ban that they did in game 1, the Corki. They don't want Corki at all. And that is interesting, given that the champion pool is so deep from the side of S8UL Esports. I don't think the Corki is the one that needs to be, neutralized from their side.
Yeah, I think they're just trying to deny any sort of AD carry, AD champion pickup from the side of Catbot towards the mid lane, exactly. So I think it makes sense, but they did forget to ban out the Tristana last game, and she came up. They are going to pick up the Yone as well now to further deny more AD champions from the side of Catbot. But I think it's going to make a lot of difference. The Jarvan has a lot of AD damage for himself anyway, as we do see. And yeah, Katarina can go the AD route as well if she wants to. Let's see if that's going to come in, as they just hover around so many champions that we have to wait and watch what gets logged in. It's going to be Aurora. And towards the top side, I wouldn't mind seeing an Aatrox blind coming in for the side of RTO. It would round out the comp beautifully for them. And to be honest, it's just a very good blind pickup as well, regardless of what PNX Ascension and Hydra decide to pick for themselves.
Yeah, and that's a champion that was banned a lot against him when the play was continuing in other series, that RTO was just not allowed the Aatrox. But it's going to be the Ambessa blind pick for the side of S8UL Esports. The Yone comes in for Q2. That's what I spoke about in game 1 as well, so I'm not surprised to see this come out. Now maybe a bit of tankiness coming out for the side of Hydra in the top side. His favorite Darius is open, but let's see if he actually wants to go for it. It's the most banned champion pretty much against Phoenix Ascension is Hydra on that Darius, but let's see what he goes for last week, because this time he does have counter pick again. Let's see how well he can play now. It's going to be him on the Gnar, and already it seems that it's going to be looking like him just trying to kite out against Mbessa. Mbessa has his dashing, but if Gnar keeps the spacing that he requires, I don't see much of a tough time, at least laning phase wise, that Hydra faced last time.
Yeah, this game I do actually like the draft better from the side of PNX. I think it's all going to come down to execution for them. And for the side of S8UL, I think they have a pretty good draft as well for themselves too. If they just want to snowball early on, I'm very scared of this Infi Jarvan coming in. We did see it against Kakao. He had 40 KP out of 41. I think we spoke about it quite a lot as well. So it's a scary champion in the hands of Infinity, and even Catbot is a phenomenal Aurora player. I don't know if you've seen it before, but I think it's one of his better champions as well. So it's just scary hours for the side of PNX, even if they do, it looks like have the better draft.
Yes, and I like the bit of tease where they're showing that Lulu hover, because Catbot has been talking a bit about playing Lulu mid. But yes, unfortunately, we won't get to see that. But we do get to see him on one of his strongest champions, right? The Aurora that you're talking about. And Nero will be piloting the Mel in the bot side. Did phenomenally on Seraphine, did a pretty good laning. This time, at least, with the Ashe and Brahma, I hope to see them try and create some pressure over there early, because later on, like you said, the Ashe are not going to be coming that reflect up from Nero, how they want to use it. Kratos plays a very good Nami Enchanter as well. I want to see how RTO does topside against side, because he's not going to get the kind of domination that he did want, at least compared to game one. And one of the most favorite picks from the Shy Boy is his Zyra in the mid, in the jungle. The Zyra brand is the kind of picks that he goes for, a lot of times banned against him. So a lot of champions that end up getting banned against these teams, still left open, instantly get snatched up, like Shy Boy's Zyra, like Q2's Yone, like Infi's J4. But all in all, it looks like maybe going down the path of a 2-0 in favor of S8UL Esports, because that's the kind of domination this team wants to put on. Mind you guys, they are not playing with their primary ADC APC, because Sam is not here and Nero is filling in, and this is just how strong they are, even with their substitute in. Oh, sorry, I mean Lotus. Yes, sorry.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, you're right. It's not a full squad. But again, we spoke about Nero as well. I think he can fill up these roles very easily. We saw him pull out the Zinja as well in the last series against Syndra, if you remember that. And that was just a painful watch as well. So all of these players have their own pocket picks. They can always surprise in these sort of drafts. And yeah, I don't think it's a big miss if Lotus is not playing, honestly. And given the opposition as well, I don't think it matters too much. Maybe if it's Kakao, it can hinder their chances by a little bit, but I don't think it makes a massive difference.
Yeah, and they're pretty interstitial in their roles. As last time we saw Catbot playing ADC, Nero playing mid. This time they just want to switch it around. So you can see that this team are pretty on the casual route, given that just how strong a team that S8UL Esports is. They don't mind, having fun while playing a tournament of this caliber as well, and they're going to be looking to take it down all the way. If they do end up taking this game away from FaZe Ascension, they will have won 3 CDs without dropping again, locking in the total 9 points for themselves, and will cement themselves as the leaderboard in the top spot of the leaderboard for Legends Set right now. And they are the team that most people are looking to beat. The strongest opposition till date was Kakao Gaming, and even they fell down in 0-2 fashion last weekend.
Yeah, and that series wasn't close as well, honestly. Kakao did pull off some moves in the early game, but come the late game, it didn't matter too much. And yeah, as you said, S8UL, the only other undefeated team except for SUVO haters as well, who have been, in some sort of form as well, getting for, I think, 2-0 consecutively, and they are on top of that leaderboard as well, tied for the first spot.
Definitely. And speaking about other things that are happening in the game, please make sure to follow our social medias. The link is in the description box below. Follow the Discord, lol INSA. We have a lot of fun events coming up. We just had Rift Rivals, basically like bidding wars. Now we're going to have Weekend Skirmish as well next week, and that's basically bidding wars on the air. A much more fun type of event, more chill, more less pressure on you to go for your macros. Just pretty much brawl it out in Howling Abyss and have a fun time with. So please make sure you hit that up. Make sure you lock it in, because it is a fun event. Whoever does end up winning gets free skins, and who doesn't love free skins. But without any further ado, guys, we're jumping into game 2 of the series between S8UL Esports and PNX Ascension. S8UL Esports this time on the blue side, PNX Ascension on the right. And S8UL Esports are 1-0 up in the series.
Yeah, and there we go, like a lot of champions towards that top side of the map. Let's see if he gets any sort of early game fight coming in. Is Hydra is going to tank and auto attack the passive proc from the side of Infi along with the flag, gets some vision down for himself. Catbot actually is going to cancel out the recall from Hydra and might get in trouble here if the Braum can land his Q, but unfortunately he's not able to make it there on time. Still might get cancelled here actually.
He does get cancelled. And that is a bad thing. Braum, pretty far from home, has to start making his way bot side. He's still sitting in this bush, maybe to try and cancel another back, but Catbot's not going for it. He knows pretty much what the gig is, and the gig is up. But look at where Nero and Kratos are. Look how far they have sneaked into cheese in this bush, especially with the Zastic so far away. Vash tries to walk up with the wave. I can see a bit of First of Blood going the side of S8UL Esports, or at least damage, but you miss a lot of the Q damage that could have gone on to the Ashe. Quite a bit of it. The Arcane Comet at least lands, but now Ashe is wary to everything that happened. Catbot dishing out quite a bit of damage against Q2, and now lane phase has begun. Janna even walks away, I think, with the best case scenario over there.
Yeah, not taking a lot of damage there. I don't think Nero and Kratos have a lot of damage at level 1. I think this bot lane will start to come alive after Nero has like a couple of points on his Q, as RTO hits the level 2 first, but is not going to trade too much right now. Let's look at the jungle pathing. I think it's getting mirrored quite effectively, as Q2 is heavily struggling in this matchup, as you can already see, dropping down to about 20% of HP, taking auto attacks left and right every time he goes up to last hit a minion. So this is how the matchup goes. The Raptor has been warded as well, so they have full idea as to where the Janna is, as Q2 again taking so much damage. I think he's playing with fire right now. He could very well end up dying pretty soon. There's a small trade coming out onto Nishastic, traded effectively as well from the side of Janna onto Kratos as well. So both the supports are going to take a heavy chunk of damage, as Q2 looks to push out this wave, and he just wants to go back as soon as possible, get that refillable potion for himself, and just just look to be safe in this mid lane, because right now it looks scary for him.
Yes, to just sustain. Janna taking quite a bit of damage, but this has taken nice. Janna, one more auto. That's going to be the metal locked up in place. The flash being burned by Nero. The bubble not landing from Kratos onto the Braum. That would have pretty much signified his death over there. But no, flash forward by Janna, but he's in the route. He does end up picking up the kill. It's a trade between the ADC and the APC, but it's going to be First Blood going over to the Ashe. Nice flash by Kratos over the Braum Q, and he ends up picking up his own kill in the bot side. It's going to be a 2-for-1 in favor of S8UL after pretty bloody fights going on. There are a lot of summoners being burnt. Only Nero's TP left alive, and Shyboy's made his way all over. He gets caught in the bubble, but how far will this fish run? Can he run away to glory? Can he survive? The flash being burnt by Zyra just to lock it up and not waste too much more time.
Yeah, I think Kratos did really well there. First to get the kill onto Nishastic, and then secondly burns the Zyra flash as well as Q2. Oh no, I think he's gonna die here. Burns his flash as well. Infi and Catbot burning their flashes as well, but they will secure the feet of warfare for now. As there's another rotation coming in, the Shyboy and his Hashtag are towards this mid side of the map, and Catbot is going to go down. That's going to be second kill for the side of that the Shyboy right there, and Jana might be in trouble now. He stepped up too far up, knowing his support was roaming towards that mid side. Big mistake. He's gonna pay for it with his life. Another auto attack should proc the passive, and that's exactly what's going to happen. So a lot of kills traded left and right, and a lot of mistakes coming out actually from both Catbot and then Jana, just overextending, not backing out in time, and then they end up paying it with their lives.
Yeah, Catbot overextended, gets caught up, but Jana has to keep away. His support's not with him. Nero and Kratos have enough damage, enough CC to hold him down in place, and that's exactly what they did. Nashastik's left alone to pick up some XP from this way. Jana's come in over here, but he is a level down compared to S8UL Nero right now. Here comes the Braum in. Will the passive land? He does get locked up in place, but the bubble prevents Jana from dishing out anything. It's going to be the Braum just ending up taking too much. One more auto from Nero should be enough. He put up the reflect thinking that the Q was coming out from the Braum, but unfortunately did not come out in time while the reflect was still up, and it's just going to be the Braum basically just barely escaping with his life in that scenario.
Yeah, and look at the punishment that the bot lane from the side of PNX keep taking. Even the mid side, you see the CS difference. There's almost Catbot is almost double the CS already at 6 minutes, and might end up killing Q2 right here. One more auto attack should do it, and there you go. Missing out on so much farm as well towards that bot side, as Shyboy is looking again. They should have an idea that Jarvan is here as well. Oh my god, another root hits, and that's going to be another kill for Nero. The Shyboy can't really do anything as he gets knocked up by Infi right there, and PNX already 2000 gold behind.
Yeah, the leads are not as much as S8UL had in the first game, but that's also a lot due to the top side of, Hydra playing it safe. But even he's getting punished quite a bit. It's a grasp of the Undying Ambassador, so he's going to try and get as many procs as he can. Q2 suffering quite a bit. Also due to the help of Infi in the bots, in the mid lane, that did cause a lot of Q2 falling behind. But that solo kill from Cat, but as you said, Q2 misses a huge wave. He's pretty much half the CS of Catbot right now. He's trying to go in, but I don't think he has that much of damage that he thinks. Shyboy and Nishastik are close by. Let's see where Jana positions himself, because he has to be a bit more careful about how he wants to go. A nice flag and drag gets Infi away to safety. TP not available for Catbot. He does get a reset, but he has to walk all the way to the Drake right now. The spin started up by PNX, and I don't think the Shyboy really cares. He's going to flag and drag, going to cataclysm into Q2, who arcs pretty nicely and neatly and cleanly away from any sort of trouble, and it's going to allow PNX to pick up the Drake in the meantime.
Yeah, some really fancy moves coming out from Q to get out of that situation, but again has to burn his ultimate for that. Infi does the same, honestly, so I think it's a fair trade as RTO looks to trade towards that top side. Meanwhile, of course, as you mentioned, the Zyra was able to pick up that dragon. I would say that's the only saving grace for now for the side of PNX in the jungle. The Shyboy 2-0 up, has the Haunting Guys, has the Lucidity boots completed, as well as Nero and Kratos might end up killing Jana right there. Uses the barrier actually to survive for now. But again, he's suffering quite a lot. Again, so low. One more auto attack, one more Q from the side of Nero should do the job. As Q2 looks for another trade, Catbot, again, fancy moves from him as well to get out of the Zyra ultimate. But let's see if he can truly survive. Infi's here, flag, drag, flash onto Q2. Might end up going now, actually. He is going to just go down. The Shyboy goes on a killing spree, and the Zyra damage is always, you don't expect it, and then you end up dying, as Catbot is still here, picks up the kill onto the greedy Q2 that we have seen, and that's going to be another solo kill for Catbot.
Yeah, I don't know why Q2 stuck far in lane. A bit of misstep by Infi, thinking that he can maybe catch on. He flashes onto Q2 essentially over there, but the roots connect from the Zyra. He's going to be happy about it. Now, starts the start of the grubs that you can see the side of PNX have already started taking. They've already picked up one from the side. The bot side, Jana has to be careful against Nero. A lot of paint being dished out, but Nero has to be a bit careful as well. He's a bit on near the execute mark, but the shutdown comes in. The flash forward by Ash ends up picking up the kill before the Mel can flash away. A flash gets burned. Mel ends up going down. Q2 going very aggressive. Cat body eats a lot of turret shots, but snaps back into place. The turret shot registers pretty late as well over there, but it looked like Q2 really wants a bit of revenge for what Catbot has been doing against him. But nice E away from the Nar, dodges the ultimate from RTO, and he's pretty safe. Cyber is just around the corner. They might be trying to set up something, especially now the ultimate of RTO has gone down. With that slow, Shaiba thought he can walk up, but I don't think there is essentially anything they can do. The dive, maybe not that much recommended. But look at the bot CS right now, Kaka. Talk a bit about the CS across the map.
I mean, I think it is sort of expected, except for the mid lane where Catbot is just dominating Q2 in this matchup. You can see double the CS almost. Bot lane, whenever you're playing against a mage, and especially when you blind your bot lane support like that, I think you're in for a long night, and that's exactly what's happening as Nero tanks the Braum Q. Is Nishastic really going to die because he wanted to take a pink ward? Let's see. The Nami ult comes in, the Ashe is in trouble, and there you go, she's going to go down, and this was all for a pink ward, by the way, which I am not sure if it was what. Zyra does have the ultimate, so she might be able to turn this gank or this invade around, as Kratos is at 200 HP, gets flash ignited, but the Braum might end up going down. Kratos might survive this. Infi goes very low, but Catbot is here. He's going to secure the kill. The arrow lands onto Catbot. Oh my god, that's so unfortunate. As the Shy Boy picks up his 4th kill, and that was just so unlucky for Catbot.
Yeah, I think Catbot, after he picks up the kill onto the Braum, doesn't have to go that far. He just maybe wanted to get some more poke damage onto the Shy Boy. But yes, an arrow from downtown from Jana does connect rightly the square in the middle of Catbot. He gets locked up in turret range, eating a lot of turret shots, and ends up going down. Q2 trying to pick up over in the mid side. The stun not landing from the Mel onto Jana, and Jana gets away top side. CS10 in the favor of the Nal. The ultimate from the Ambassador this time connects after Hydra had used his own. The Shy Boy is close by. Ambassador has to be careful. There is no flash available to RTO, and unfortunately, he ends up going down to the hands of Hydra. J4 is close by. He's going to fly and drive over the wall to pick up some CS as well as XP underneath the turret while he defends it against Shy Boy, against Hydra, and they are going to choose him back away. But a lot of the gold of PNX funneled into Shy Boy's Zyra right now.
Yeah, Shy Boy just, the right place, the right time, every time in this game it looks like 4-0 and 1. So he's having a really good game, but unfortunately for him, the bot side of the map and the mid lane as well is just not going according to plan, as Nero might be able to pick up this kill onto Jana. One more auto attack, I think that should do the trick. This is going to be 5th solo death, 4th solo death actually for the side of Jana, as he was killed that one time by Infi as well. And look at the mid laning, man. Q2 is not even able to come up, as Catbot is just going to dodge out on that ultimate, jumps with his W out of the range, and the Braum might end up going down as well. Nero actually is going to get executed right there. That was a bit of a poor play. I think he overestimated his damage, but it's not going to matter much, as he's only going to get executed. So no gold will be traded back towards the side of PNX.
And even at the same time, after that pressure being asserted bot side, especially the kind of priority that S8UL will have, the Drake gets picked up by Infi in the meantime. Also shenanigans were happening over there. The only saving grace in terms of CS is going to be that Nar in the top side. Even then, around a 20 CS lead one, you can already see the difference between Catbot and Q2. As you said, almost twice the CS. Now at least the gap's closed a bit, but at least in terms of raw numbers, still pretty far behind, especially Jana. He's died 5 times, guys. That's going to be a lot of XP loss. That's going to be a lot of gold loss instead of lanes. At least now they swap lanes, so maybe he gets some reprise in the form of mid lane farming for himself. and hopefully Janna can get active, because unfortunately till now, except for the enchanted arrow, has not had much of an impact, except for maybe one solo kill against Nero as well, bot side.
Yeah, as you said, like that one arrow hit, but except for that, we are speaking about him while he is almost dying here. Catbot again dealing so much damage towards the poor Ashe. Is going to pick up the mid turret as well right here. It looks like maybe just needs another wave, as the Shy Boy is towards the top side of the map, so maybe he looks to gank RTO. Right there, the Nar is up, the root is going to connect. Yeah, that's just going to be a dead RTO, as the Shy Boy goes unstoppable, has 5 of the 8 kills from his team. Nero, I don't think he's in too much trouble here. Another 2v2, and Janna is just going to die again. I mean, that Ashe is not having any sort of a good game whatsoever at all, as the tier 2 turret in the mid lane is going to go down as well. And you just feel for the Ashe, right? More than half of his team's death right now. Yeah, just not a good time to be playing that champion, it seems like.
And he's gone for like a bit of a difference in terms of items right now, but let's hold that thought. Nisastic trying to get onto near the Q, misses from the Braum. It doesn't get locked. The bubble does land. A nice ultimate for the now. He prevents Q2 from jumping in for it. Has to flash away when he runs away, but the ultimate pop from pops the Mr. Braum, and that's going to be a lot of sumps traded. A lot of ability traded, but it's going to be Nero picking up a kill onto Nisastic. A TP comes in on the backside. Now Nar is left all alone. Artios also joined the party with his own ultimate. Now Hydra does have flash, has to use it, but the ultimate from Mbessa does land. Hydra, one more auto will end up dying. That's exactly what happens. Now Artio has to run from the hills. Here comes Catbot. A huge ultimate lands onto the Shy Boy, lands on to Janna, who's dying for the 7th time this game. Shy Boy has to burn flash to get out. Now Q2 is a bit of no man's land, gets slumbered up. I don't know why we are fighting so heavily over here. It makes completely no sense, and it's going to be S8UL going to be enjoying the victory and the laurels from these fights.
Yeah, any sort of scrap, I think, as if you're S8UL, you'll take it. You don't mind fighting against PNX, especially knowing that the only strong member right now for PNX is the Zyra, who's taking so much damage right now from Nero, actually. She might have to go back as well. This wave will be picked up by Nero. They are going to go and reset as well. The jungle, the whole farm is going to get denied as well, at least the blue side of the map, as Enfi is going to pick up the Gromp. Hydra looking to cancel a few recalls right there. Just going to go back to farming again. And yeah, just the top side, the jungle and top for the side of PNX are having a good game, but the rest of them, you know, are struggling a lot right now. And just going through the items as well, Aurora has the Storm Surge, has the Malignance, has the upgraded Salt Shoes as well completed. And you look at Q2, does not even have the Blade of the Ruin King completed at 17 minutes.
That is a lot of time to not have items, but on the top side, Shy Boy will get caught out, instantly demolished from the side of Cat, but now Q2 is going to be fighting underneath the star. RTO deals so much damage. Q2 uses his ult to maybe get away from range, but you're running into Cat, bot of all people, who will just pop you like a zit, and that's exactly what he's done to the mid laner of Phoenix Ascension. Nisastic's come here to maybe just protect his turret, but now he's just going to be underneath his turret. This might just be a rinse and repeat of what happened to Q2. Turret might just be prioritized instead. First, Nisastic is trying to run away. The ultimate connects from RTO. You have nowhere to run, Mr. Braum, except right directly to the gray screen. And at this moment, S8UL double the kills of Phoenix Ascension right now. The Ashe items are halfway in between whatever she wants. She has a pickaxe and a zeal, so she's still not decided what she wants. The enchanted arrow lands onto Kratos. Hydra is close by. The damage is coming out with the ultimate pop by Nero. Pops the Ashe as well. Unfortunately, Kratos does fall down to the hands of Hydra. He picks up a very crucial shutdown for himself. He's about to go Mega Nar. The W lands before it. And nice R against the wall. Locks Nero up in place. Maybe the Shy Boy can do something, but he has to run away. The damage from Catbot is just tremendous right here. Hydra has to also try and get out. Instead, he's going to try to jump in, but RTO is here. Maybe the savior of Catbot. And exactly, keeps his distance. Stays alive. It's going to be RTO picking up the kill onto the Nar.
Yeah, it's a 2-for-2 for the side of well, it's a 2-for-2 trade for either side actually. But as you mentioned correctly, Ashe just looks like she has decided not to complete a single item and just pick components for every item, which is very confusing, as Catbot is going to TP and come in for the fight and might be able to pick up a few kills for himself. Yet again, there you go, another double kill for him. Jarvan looking to start the blue buff of the enemy, and you look at the goal lead, right? I mean, it's already at almost 10,000 at 19 minutes. This is just a repeat of game 1, different picks, but the same result.
It is different picks, pretty much the same result. Instead of RTO dominating his lane, it's going to be Catbot pretty much neutralizing Q2. Q2 and Janna have just not had a fun game whatsoever. Janna targeted quite furiously, even when he switched over to the mid side. Catbot pretty much popping him very quickly. Now Inhib going down in the mid side. First Inhib, a bit of a slower pace compared to game 1, because in game 1 at this point S8UL had picked up all 3 inhibitors, but nice ultimate from Q2 lands onto Kratos, who tried to flash away for it, but unfortunately unsuccessful. Q2 just doesn't have the damage, only has the Bork right, and now the Blade of the Ruin King. Nisastic gonna pay for the sins of his mid laner instead, and I think this is PNX Ascension going down in this series, because what do you even do as their team right now? There is absolutely nothing you can do. Q2 has his Q3 prepped up, but he's gonna have to probably use it to get away. Nero is gonna try to do that. He doesn't get the stun onto him. He does pop his ultimate. Q2 instantly deleted. Janna at least picking up a kill for himself after all of that. But Catbot triggers the ultimate. Hydra and Shiva locked in. He used the ultimate actually just to get away, but still picks up Hydra on the way out as a little drive-by.
Yeah, I mean, 25 Magi stacks, 2 items done. Is going to get his Void Staff as well, I believe, when he recalls next time around. Going to flash in and finish. The Zyra right there, as well as the Atakan, has been started and almost completed from the side of S8UL. So again, this is just a one-sided series, one-sided game yet again. I don't think we are going to see the Baron spawn yet again in this one. I think this is just going to be a quick game 2 for the side of S8UL, and they look very, very strong and so dominating. I'm not too sure who is going to answer them, as Nero TP's into 3 people is going to get hit by the arrow. I'm not too sure what was that. Maybe his intrusive thoughts got the better of him right there, but I think they can, they can afford to have some sort of fun right here, as RTO is going to go down as well. A nice sidestep, nice flash as well. Actually, he survives. That was a really nice flashy play coming out from RTO to get out of that situation.
Yeah, it did look like RTO was pretty much dead after Nero, very disastrously TP's in. But Catbot's here to pick up the pieces. There was a Braum a few seconds ago on your screen over there. Nice pullback from Hydra with the R, but Catbot's going to pop his own ultimate instead. Shy Boy ends up going down. Hydra's left alone. He's gone mini now. He's in the weekend from. The catalyst comes from Infi, but the damage was there before the flash away from the Gnar. Even the flash pretty much will not save your life over there. The flag and drag locks up the kill. Q2 still looks like he can maybe try and fight against RTO. Will be coming in. He doesn't have ultimate, remind you, in this fight. He snaps back, but Infi might want to look to lock it in place. The flash gets burned by the mid laner of PNX just to get away. This is going to be the second tier 3 turret going down, the second inhibitor going down for S8UL Esports, while they look to mark themselves as the top dogs, as the ones to beat in this tournament, because just look at how they are standing without any fear in the base of PNX, like they own the ground. Q2 is going to go in, instantly gets neutralized. The enchanted arrow comes out, lands on Catbot, but there is no follow-up. There is no damage. Your most damage is in your Zyra. Even then, it barely tickles Infi at that point, and you're just basically fighting to try and neutralize these waves and try and keep S8UL from ending the game just by a bit more time.
Yeah, I mean, they can buy all the time that they want, but I don't think it's going to matter too much, as this game is as good as done right now. S8UL 13,000 gold ahead. Last fight comes in, the EQ comes in, the Gnar finds 3, but it's not going to matter too much, as Catbot is able to cast Between Realms right there, and they are just waiting for the enemy team to spawn right now to feed kills onto Catbot and make his score look, well, absurd right now. That's 18-8 in a competitive game. And make that.
I mean, the 90th.
I think that's the game.
Yeah, it's gonna be looking like complete game over here. They're just having fun at this point. An ace coming out the side for S8UL Esports at the cost of Infi over there. But they are going to be very, very happy with these results, with the domination that was shown. And unfortunately, the boys from Sri Lanka have a lot to work about, especially in games against S8UL Esports, against games against Kakao Gaming, and unfortunately they're going 0-2 down in this series. S8UL in their first 3 series of this tournament have gone 3-0 without dropping a single game as it is. Catbot was pretty much what Infi was in game 1. Just goes around, pops people left, right, and center, just pop a couple of spells. That's the Shy Boy was there. The Shy Boy is no longer there. Hydra gets caught out. The nice wave comes in from Nami. You lock him up. Hydra will flash away from the Catalyst, but that's not before the damage was burned onto him. And even at what can you do? You've gone so far behind right now. You have a Catbot with 25 stacks in that Magi. That Aurora will be a nuisance. You have Nero as subsidiary damage as well on the side. You have Infi just being everywhere that he needs, and unfortunately, Janna and Q2 not having a good day. At least Hydra recovered quite well compared to game 1.
Yeah, Hydra did recover. I mean, he did not give away any solo kills. I think he was up in CS throughout the game as well, but it wasn't about him in this one. I think Catbot just showing levels. 0-8 for the side of Q2, 16 and 2 for the side of Catbot, who was almost double the CS as well at around 8 minutes. So this was just a domination from the side of Catbot in this game too, and showing us, that he does mess around quite a lot, but when he needs to play, he can really show up and put on such displays.
Exactly like you said. Once this man gets serious, it is a bit of a detriment for whoever is going to be leaning against him, especially with the prowess that he showed. Q2 barely could not breathe. It was Infi that helped Catbot get off to a good start as well, but after that Catbot just took it for himself and just ran rampant. After that, gets a solo kill onto Q2. Janna was just not allowed to breathe throughout the entire game, and I honestly feel for that man playing that Ashe over here. This is why that Ashe Brom pick is not so good as a blind, because even with that less mobile, you just can't do it. Less mobility, and you can't get out of tricky situations that he was finding himself time and time again. Infi, every time he needs to be at somewhere, he was there. Everyone from S8UL Esports playing a phenomenal game, closing out in a bit of a slower fashion to game 1, but an even more dominating fashion compared to game 1.
Yeah, I think you could say that. I think I do believe game 1 was more one-sided, honestly, but that's the sort of the pickle that we are in, that we are deciding which game was more dominating from the side of S8UL, as they just smashed PNX in this best of 3, and this was not a close series. The previous series was not a close series, and I'm just wondering if any of these teams can even take a game away from S8UL at this point, especially in the league stages where it's all best of 3s. I'm not too sure if we have a team that can compete for that first spot. Yes, SUVO haters are having a great time right now, but then you face the monsters that these guys are, and then you realize that it was all just fake, honestly. So it's very one-sided group stages so far from the side of S8UL, but it's not their fault. They need the competition to step up, right? They are doing their jobs and they're making it look very easy.
Exactly, as you said, they have got to a point where they are pretty much looking down on other teams from the peak that they are currently sitting on, given just how far ahead they are. Like they said, their original name, Temple of Keys, is just so many good players in one team, usually spoils a team, but in this case, it just exemplifies whatever qualities they do have. They talk so well amongst themselves, they control as well. They are very aggressive players. You do have sometimes where they're throwing, even in matches where they're very ahead, because that's just how confident they are in their abilities, and that just showcases over here. And even without traditional ADCs, doing a fantastic job for themselves, playing it out pretty well. And unfortunately, it is not looking at all like Phoenix Ascension's way, and unfortunately it's going to be them, out of the 2 series they've played, only picking up 2 points out of the 6.
Yes, so far only to the 2 points as you said out of the 6, but they are going to face lesser opponents as well in the series that are going to come up. So I think PNX are still one of the top 4, top 5 teams that we have. It's just the gulf between the first and uh, second, third, fourth is quite big, honestly. So I don't think they should be too disheartened after this one. Uh, this is almost a loss for everyone. I think everyone in this league stage has started 0-1 except for S8UL. So I don't think there's it's not going to make a lot of difference, honestly. They can still lock in that second, third, or fourth place. They just need to show better performance for sure.
Yeah, definitely. And I think number one spot is pretty much locked in for them, especially against they were playing against one of the tougher teams like Phoenix Ascension, Kakao Gaming. These are the teams that have put up maybe a slight bit of fight. Like Kakao drops games against them as well. But once you beat these teams with a 2-0 fashion, what is left for you to stand in your way of that primary spot in the leaderboard? Right now, they even currently sit at it. Shooters, like you said, are enjoying a bit of a honeymoon period, in the sense that it's not the tougher teams that they've come up against, the Titans that are the ones who qualified in qualifier 1. They still face against teams that are just got through in qualifier 2 or qualifier 3. So maybe once we see them against a team of the same caliber as they are, or maybe higher, let's see how they perform there, and then we can maybe judge based on those performances moving forward. But until now, it's going to be S8UL Esports picking up 9 out of those 9 points, not dropping a single game, and already looking like locked in the top 4 spots, because they will be playing 8 games. Out of those 8 games, 3 have already been played for them, and they've won all 3. So they've already pretty much submitted a huge amount of points themselves. They're already looking like you're going into that playoff stage at a high note, and it's up to which team or which players can answer the behemoth that is S8UL Esports right now.
Yeah, 100%. I think we are not going to get an answer to that. I don't think there is a team currently, unfortunately, that can compete. Kakao on a good day might be able to take a few games off, as we have seen earlier, but even they could not, win the series when it mattered the most. The 5th game, S8UL always comes out on top. So I'm not too sure if they will have any competition, but that is the hopeful wish for, I think, the both of us and the community as well, that someone just rises up from the flames maybe and starts competing against S8UL. But for now, they are comfortably the best team in our region, and it's not even close based on the last 2 games that we have seen. Based on the last 3 series that we have seen, it's not close. But this does make up for a good matchup, at least against SUVO haters, who are still undefeated, and we are singing their praises quite early on, as they are yet to face Kakao, as they are yet to face PNX. But from what we have seen so far, they do look like a really good team themselves, and maybe they can pick a game off S8UL. I wouldn't say they can. I would even say like they have like maybe 2 or 3% chance, and that's being generous, honestly. But let's see. Stranger things have happened. Maybe SVH is the answer to S8UL, or at least take 1 game off them. That's the hopeful wish for us.
Yeah, hopefully we get to see some of the new teams that are coming up into the scenario, pick up more wins, pick up more games. It gives them confidence. Unfortunately, veteran side like Syndicate, unfortunately, have not picked up a single win so far. So that speaks a lot about how tough the competition is overall in the tournament as well. We have the top dogs, we have the middle dogs, we have the lower end of it, but everybody else has fought their way to make it over to this tournament. They have put in the hours, they've put in the time, and hopefully as the tournament progresses, we won't see anybody still stuck on that 0 point number. We're going to see some wins picked up here and there, and hopefully we get to see moving on for, as we do wait a bit for some of more statistics to come up. Let's just talk a bit more about the Discord server as well. LOL INSA Discord server is there. Please make sure to sign up. Our social media is the link in the description box below. If you sign up for LOL INSA, we have a good event running, Weekend Skirmish. It is ARAM, but with basically the rules of auction like we had for Rift Rivals recently. And people are picking up skins left, right. We have already the people who won got their skins as well. So you're going to find a lot of happy people in the server, a lot of people you want to meet, new friends, etc., etc. And that's how maybe you want to proceed with League in general as we go on. But I think tough times coming up for some of these teams, easier times coming up for certain other teams, but this is not the end. This is just the beginning of the tournament. We're only in week 2, day 1, right? We have so many more weeks coming in, so many more days, even just in this weekend, and a lot more matchups coming in this. You don't want to miss out on it, so please make sure to hit the subscribe bell notification so you know exactly when we are live every day. We're going to be bringing you pretty much 2 BO3s every Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and that's just how the cookie crumbles, at least in here. S8UL, a lot of domination. But Kaka, what do you think, except for maybe S8UL, Kakao, and Phoenix Ascension, what are the other top contenders in this tournament?
I mean, going off on recent form, I think it has to be SVH. I think they're a pretty good team themselves. I think I might be forgetting a team. I think I'm not sure what they're calling themselves now. Revenants, I believe, Old Gods previously.
Yeah, Revenant Servants, yeah.
The SYN, Potato Monster, Bob. So I think they're a good team as well. At least they have really good players in all 5 roles. So if they can find some sort of cohesion, I think they can be the top dogs as well. Maybe top 3 or top 4 in the region for sure, just based on the players that they have. As we get to the scoreboard, so 2 minutes and 20 seconds differentiate game 2 from game 1, but more of the same, honestly. The goal lead 14,000, 10 turrets to 1, and everything else except for the void grubs was picked up by S8UL. And props to the Shy Boy, at least getting something for his team in what was a very dire situation in the mid lane and the bot lane as well. So he performed well on the Zyra, and I'm looking forward to him playing more of that champion and showing us what he can really do against opposition of similar level at least. So I think that's going to be very interesting to watch. But this scorecard again tells us a story of how the game went. It was pretty one-sided right off the bat, and it looked like PNX could just not catch a breath at all.
And that's exactly like you're putting it. They could not catch a breath. They managed to snatch away 1 Drake, 2 Grubs, but that's all. She wrote, at least in terms of jungle objectives. PNX felt the gap quite a bit. Shy Boys, Zyra was a bit of a breath of fresh air coming into that game, but without doubt, at least for this game, it has to be Catbot who's going to be your MVP. Look at this smiling face of Akshay over there. 19, 2 and 8. This guy was popping heads left, right, and center. Wherever he was going, people were just vanishing. Pretty much, he was just snapping his fingers like Thanos, and they were getting obliterated towards the gray screen. And he did so good in this matchup, completely accelerated. And I think this man phenomenally played this champion. I think this is the man to beat in the mid lane moving forward.
Oh yeah, I mean 100%. I mean, look at that KD, 19 to an 8, 1827 damage per minute, CS per minute 7.4. I think that was double of what Q2 was having. So, and almost 15,000 gold difference for him, and just a dominating laning phase coming out from him. As we look at the league table, S8UL Esports, of course, 3 wins out of 3, 9 points for them. SUVO Haters, 2 wins for them, 6 points. Kakao, Revenant, PNX, Ascension all have picked up 1 wins each for themselves, except for PNX, who did lose that 1 map to, I believe it was Poro Patrol.
Yes.
And then have the bottom of the table, right? That Jetfire's Dojo, RPG right there, and Syndicate, who of course got smashed by SUVO Haters in a very weird fashion. So this is what the league table looks like. Of course, it's still taking shape. We still have 4 more best of 3s to come in the next 2 days, as we look at the best players from each team. And it's just not a close look at all. 68, almost 69,000 damage for Catbot throughout the series, compared to 28,000 of the Shy Boy, which I do think the majority came in the last game. The KDA is like sort of incomparable as well. The gold, of course. Just a very dominating series from Catbot and his team.
Definitely domination will come out. Shy Boy did try his best on the Zyra in game 2, but unfortunately his team was falling around. Pretty much him and Hydra, the only sticking stones over there. But Hydra, game 1 was just so bad for him. I think it just takes a bit of toll on your mental, especially when you're going to die 5 times solo to the side of RTO. It's going to cause a bit of there. But I think Sri Lankan boys can come back stronger if they take a bit of a deeper look about how they want to go out. And this is pretty much the toughest team they will face. So hopefully moving forward, they'll be able to pick up more points for themselves and hopefully get to, that top 4 spot, lock in for playoffs, because that's where the real action starts. That's where it is double elimination. And that's where it is all to play for. But with that being said, guys, that's going to be it from me. It's been me, Madness, alongside Kaka for Legends and South Asia, week 2, day 1. And we'll see you all tomorrow.
Alright, yeah. 1, 2, 3, mic check, what's up? 2, 3 on my back, it's up. Light years ahead, just call me Buzz. Hitting a shot in sync with the buzz. I feel like Joel and B, the process, yeah, I trust. Accolades got them swallowing the words, cause I know that they doubted us. I came from the bottom to the top, but I'm not finished. I just needed me a minute. Standing attention, lieutenant. I gotta get up and get it. All I'm focused on is winning. He not gonna cheat code. We win until the clock gon' hit Z. Whoa, I'm fighting my way back like I was Nemo. Do it, I am a dynamic dude. Whoa, win, 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 and win. That's right, my nickname is winning. Gotta walk in the building, gotta inspire the children. When they see my ambition, I'm not a regular civilian.